Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. This spot today for the third and final round of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. We began this week with 144 players. The field has been trimmed down to 60, and the top 60 off and running today as we get set to bring you this final round coverage of this State Open of Virginia. One of the top tournaments, not only in this state, but we look between amateur and professional that there is in the country. Kendall Lewis alongside head golf professional at the Foundry Club, Mike Maroney. Bobby Goldstein, our on-course reporter, will join us later on. And Mike, what a showing yesterday from Larkin Gross, a 29 6-under par on the back nine. Just absolutely put it in a whole nother gear after shooting even par on the front side. Right now, he is a 5-shot lead, 13 under par. Incredible performance yesterday.
Yeah, happy to be back today. Had a lot of fun yesterday. Just Larkin didn't miss a shot there on that back nine, and really didn't miss many shots on the whole final round. But the back nine, especially 29, that's how you can put some separation between you and the rest of the field and kind of change that game plan for today.
Luca Rinaldi, the 17-year-old, shot 65 yesterday, made a charge. He's at 8 under par. And then Justin LaRue, incredible back nine yesterday, posting a 63. He'll be a part of that final group as well today. Folks, the State Open of Virginia is an event jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA. The MAPGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game. They are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. The VSGA, founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicapping services, access to competitions, junior golf programs, and education on the rules of golf and rules of handicapping. Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. Unplug with family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park. That's Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Or you can refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Visit richmondva.com to plan your stay today. And, folks, we'll show you just how special this State Open is. It's not just another stop on the calendar. It's one that matters the most.
For me, growing up here in Richmond, that was my tournament. The State Open was the one that if I played well there, then I had a chance to show off.
You know, I just felt like if we could get the Bobby Watkins, the Robert Wrens, you know, some of the guys that had graduated from Virginia golf to the PGA Tour to come back and support our Open, it would just give it that much more cachet.
I played in the State Open from the time I was 16 until the time I was probably in my mid-40s. I was lucky enough to win the State Open 3 times. I finished second to my brother 1 time as an amateur.
It's been a very popular event, and it's grown, but still brings all the best pros and amateurs in the state to play. You go back to Lanto Griffin, who's on the tour now, Mark Lawrence. Yeah, we've had a number of very good Virginia players. John Rawlins, I'm sure, has played. You know, it gives it a prestige that a lot of state opens don't have.
It's just the biggest golf tournament in the state of Virginia.
We'd like to thank all the official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow us to support local communities through our tournament beneficiaries. First, the Kiowa Island Resort, the Jefferson Hotel, Sea Pines Resort, Real Property Management, Estes, M&E Contractors, the Old Dominion Group, and My Golfing Store. And let's take a look at and find out a little bit more about Independence Golf Club here in Midlothian, Virginia. This is the 12th time that they have hosted this historic event, the State Open of Virginia. Mike, we talked about this yesterday, par 70, playing right at 7,000 yards, 35-35, and it's tricky, only 2 par 5s on the golf course. Interesting to see how this course is set up today. I know you were out this morning looking at some new yardages different from yesterday.
Yeah, the committee does a great job of mixing up tee boxes, kind of keeping the players on their toes, making sure that they're preparing from multiple tee boxes during the practice round.
We'll take a look at that leaderboard with Larkin Gross at 13 under par, Luca Rinaldi and Justin LaRue. They are your final group today in that 9:09 tee time. And tell you what, some other names to pay attention to. How about Ross Funderburk coming from a long way away yesterday and made a charge on the back nine. Steve Sorreo played a phenomenal round yesterday. And Rob Kinder, you feel for, finished 3 over in his last 2 holes. It's sitting at 5 under right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, all these guys, they're feeling good. You don't get in the last 2 groups without playing some good golf. And so they got Larkin right in their crosshairs and are going to be firing at pins today, looking to go low and put some pressure on them.
We would like to thank our event beneficiary, Virginians for Veterans. The mission of Virginians for Veterans is simple: support active and retired veterans together with their families while expressing our gratitude for their heroism and consistent persistence to protect our nation. To learn more, you can visit virginiansforveterans.org. It is almost that time as we approach the 9:09 tee time here in this final grouping. As we told you, Larkin Gross, your leader at 13 under par, Luca Rinaldi from Salisbury Country Club, and Justin LaRue,
90 seconds.
You and I were having a nice conversation about earlier, and Mike, I know you know well from the Foundry Golf Club. Kid that you mentioned just graduated from Longwood University.
Yeah, he's got quite a pedigree. 2-time Conference Player of the Year. So, again, he's not going to be afraid of the moment. He knows how to close out a golf tournament. And, Luca from basically next door to Independence at Salisbury. And then our lone PGA professional, Larkin Gross. It'll be a fun final group.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, you think about this run of 7 straight wins by the pros. Then the amateurs won 5 of the last 6. This shows you how good amateur golf in the state of Virginia is.
Yeah, it is. Larkin will be our first full Class A member if he goes on to pull this off since 2003. John Corliss. We've had a few associates. But he'll be our first PGA professional.
Let's turn it over to the starter on the first tee and give you natural sounds of this final pairing.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the final round of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. This is the 9:09 starting time. First on the tee, PGA of America professional from Westwood Country Club, Larkin Gross. Next on the tee, playing out of Salisbury Country Club, Luca Rinaldi. Next on the tee, playing out of the Foundry Golf Club, Justin LaRue.
Good feeling, man.
Three good tee shots with the final grouping there here on number one. Our leader through the opening round, of course, is Larkin Gross of Westwood Country Club. Larkin on a hot streak with 6 under par on the back nine yesterday. An incredible performance. Matt Pachilli caught up with Larkin Gross after that hot performance on the back nine yesterday.
It's the first time I've ever shot 29 ever, and I decided to do it on the back nine today. It's been a dream of 2 days. Everything feels like it's clicking really good. I was kind of stuck in neutral for a little while there and missed that putt on 9 and lit a fire under myself and got on a good run. So everything's been awesome so far. It sounds so cliche, but I've worked so hard on trying to just stay in my process. And, momentum's a great thing, especially when it's good, but I've worked hard to try and not let momentum go the other way. So I just really tried to focus on, the next shot. You just got to stay as mentally strong as you can be. It's what my dad's there for, to help keep me, help keep everything in my head in check, basically my mental game. I hit a fantastic drive, and I really, the wind was behind when we were waiting for Scott to hit, and then it switched back in the face. So I actually clubbed up and thought I hit a perfect golf shot 20 feet left of it, and it just took forever to kind of trickle off the front. Had some sprinkler head issues, got 2-2 relief. We were talking about the line. My dad pointed out a good little sand spot right there on the green. And speed was perfect. The line was perfect. It just, off the face, I knew it was going to be really good. I didn't know it was going to go in off the face, but off the face, it felt really good. So I knew I'd gotten it within the circle of friendship at least. Playing with a big lead especially, you have to just kind of block out everything because there's so many good players in this tournament. Like, I've played fantastic. It's been my week so far, but, I know I don't look at the leaderboards, but I know Justin LaRue's there. I know there's a lot of really good players right behind me. And so I just got to do what I did today, stay patient, try and pick my chances, and just play the best round of golf I can. I came really close to the Maryland Open and ran into a buzzsaw the final round, so hopefully I can be the buzzsaw this time. That'd be nice.
You go back to number one fairway. Great catching up with Larkin Gross after that 64 yesterday, 29 on the backside. Luca Rinaldi from the right side of the fairway will hit first here at number one on his second shot.
Catches a piece over there on the far right kind of corner of this green. Pins tucked way back. Gets pretty narrow back there. 32 paces on the front edge.
He's in the shadows of those pines that are hanging over that. Here's Larkin Gross, second shot. Center cut his tee shot here at one. And a great shot in there to about 20 feet. He'll have that for birdie.
Yeah, smart play. There's only about 9 paces on either side of this hole, way tucked back there, and you just don't want to mess with that. It's leave it short all day and putt back to it, especially with a 5-shot lead.
Justin LaRue posted a 63 after an opening round 71 and birdied this hole yesterday in the second round. He was the long ball hitter of this group off of the first tee. Sets himself up nicely here Great shot in there.
Yeah, he challenged it. You know, there's the difference between the leader and then someone who's chasing. He had to fire at that flag.
Luca Rinaldi's in this group as well, 17 years old, spent a night in the ER and posted a 65 yesterday, and we had a chance to catch up with him as well.
Another good one. I mean, I would say a little 65. I mean, again, I'm going back in there trying to shoot even and got a couple ones to fall. Hit a good putt on 12. That was a good one. When I knew that, I was like, yeah, we can start doing something. Putt on 12, it was about, I don't know, 30 feet maybe. I told my dad, I'm like, hey, it's just on the outside of the old cup. Hit it right there, rolled in with perfect speed. I think the afternoon there'll be some low scores, but I mean, I don't even know where I stand, to be honest with you. The putter was on. Putter's been on. I mean, I've worked really hard on it the past few months, so it's definitely feeling good. So hope for a low one tomorrow. Definitely all around the green, short game and everything. I would say the irons lacked a little. Irons and off the tee they're getting there, so do a little work tonight and then hope to be back out tomorrow morning firing all cylinders. I mean, it was pretty calm, cool. I shot 67 yesterday, made a putt on number 9. I mean, I was just trying to shoot right around even, a couple under maybe, and clearly got it done today. Last night wasn't feeling good. Actually went to the emergency room, got an IV and stuff. It was bad. I was dehydrated quite a bit. They gave me 3 bags of saline and stuff. Was there till about 12:30, so not much sleep, but hopefully catch up on a little sleep tonight.
What an incredible story for the 17-year-old who's, you just heard it, Friday night in the ER. Snapped hooked his tee shot off one yesterday, Mike, and then somehow finds a way to fire a 5-under 65 and put himself in position here on Sunday.
You know, sometimes you hear him, you know, probably wasn't feeling that great. He said he was really just trying to go out to shoot even par. You're kind of in just survival mode when you're not feeling great, and then all of a sudden you find yourself on a hot streak and you just keep riding it. And then you start to change your goals once you're halfway through that round. You're like, okay, well, I'm feeling it today. Let's see how low we can go.
Long putt for Rinaldi from the shadows here on 1. He left that well short.
Yeah, real tough to judge those long putts, especially when you're coming out of the shadows into sunlight or vice versa. It can really mess with your depth perception.
And these 3 guys yesterday played the afternoon wave and now maybe having to adjust a little bit to this early morning start.
Yeah, there's always going to be a little more moisture in the morning. The dew's coming off the ground. They'll start to speed up as we get closer to the noon hour.
Gross for birdie here at 1. And good leave.
He will take that all day. Fairway, green, 2-putt, par. On to the next one.
Now Larkin Gross, we mentioned it yesterday, 34 of his 36 holes so far, bogey-free. Rinaldi is still away. This is for par. Just pushed it.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a nervy start. You know, cameras are new for a lot of these guys.
Rinaldi falls back to 7 under here for the tournament after the first hole. And Justin LaRue threw one in tight. He's got a look here at birdie on the first, after a strong performance yesterday has put him in this final group, firing a 63 in his second round after an opening round 71.
He probably learned a little something from Larkin's putt here. Larkin's putt didn't break as much as he thought.
For the second straight day, Justin LaRue birdies the first hole.
And that's the ideal start for him as one of the chasers. Had to think that Larkin's putt helped him. You could see he kept that ball inside the hole.
Solid stroke for Gross as he saves par. So a birdie for Justin LaRue, and Larkin Gross stays put at 13 under par. The opening holes of any championship are never easy, but our own Mike Maroney, in the State Open of Virginia champion Jay Woodson, walked through the first 3 holes at Independence Golf Club to see just how difficult that opening stretch can be.
On the first tee at Independence Golf Club, it's quite the demanding start the players are going to face. So Jay, talk to me through your thought process on these first, 2-3 holes here at Independence.
Yeah, so outside of, your hands shaking on the first tee, I think the first 3 holes are tough. They're challenging. I think if you can get off to a good start, I always felt like when I play in this tournament, if I can get through these first 3 holes, then I can, open myself up to some more birdie opportunities throughout the middle of the golf course. And then obviously on the backside of the golf course, finishing up, you're going to face some tougher challenges there. But if you can get off to a good start through these first 3 holes, you've got a good opportunity to have a good round. The trouble's to the left, obviously a little bunker to the right. I always like to work the ball away from the trouble. Sure. So for me, I like to hit a little straight ball or cutter down the left side of the fairway.
All right, Jay, we're here on 2. We're in the rough. I find myself in this rough often, which is why I'm now doing media.
It happens.
For the State Open. You would typically be in the fairway, but let's talk about hitting out of this thick, wet Bermuda rough. We're here on 2. What kind of yardage we got looking at
So
here?
we've got 161 yards. We've got a relatively back pin. I think this is a great green. They do a good job. It looks pretty benign from afar, but if you miss anything left, it really bounds down towards the woods. Not a place you want to be, but also missing it short, right, or long, the ball tends to carom off and away from the hole. So it's almost like a perched up little, almost like a Pinehurst number 2 type green. So it requires a pretty accurate shot. So right now the rough is not super long, but again, with Bermuda rough, it doesn't need to be very long. I mean, you can get 2 inches of rough in Bermuda, and that's a lot. So it really can determine what type of shot you play. So I've got an 8-iron. I'm just going to try to choke up on it and get something to carom back to that back pin. Little left, but yeah, left, again,
just shy of that.
Not
ridge.
Exactly what you would want left of the pin, but I've got a 25-footer. But again, when you hit in the rough, you should have hit in the fairway.
We're here on number 3, 415-yard par 4, dog leg left. It's easy to kind of one-hop one back here, especially trying to avoid that false front, Aaron Long. We're going to do a little close to the pin competition.
Let's see it. Don't make me look bad.
Joe shirt folder, club professional here against 4-time State Open champ.
But you do have a good set of hands on you. Perfect.
And just the professional chunk.
For me, the biggest thing that I worry about is just making sure we make good contact and get the ball on the green. If we carry it too far and the ball rolls by, 5 to 7 feet, then, not ideal, but the last thing you want to do is hit something that rolls back to your feet.
Yeah,
right?
I've always struggled with that bump into the hill that you'll actually see at the British Open a lot.
If I've got a good lie, I'm going to opt for the same shot and kind of hit it a little higher and try to land it on the green. Looked like I knew what I was doing there.
Oh, there we go. Very nice. We might have to pace that off.
How about Larkin Gross? 8 birdies yesterday, including a 6-under 29 on the backside. And this was on repeat, to say the least, the entire afternoon. He had the putter working. Really got going with birdies at 10, 11, 12, and 13, a stretch of 4 in a row, and then capped it off on, of course, hole 18, where he slam dunked it from just off the green. Just an incredible performance. 34 of his 37 holes bogey-free in this State Open of Virginia. And Mike, I know you talked with him about putters. A new putter was added to his bag a couple of weeks ago, and it's really working out for him.
Yeah, I'm going to mispronounce the name, but it's a company out of Australia. He had it custom made, has only had it for a couple weeks now. Since he's put it in the bag, has not had a competitive round of golf over 70. So, when a golfer finds a club that just looks right, feels right, has a good weight, you can gain all kinds of confidence, and he clearly has that right now with the putter.
Today's aerial footage is being brought to you by Estes, proudly built on Virginia values, driven by trust, and committed to delivering freight solutions that go the extra mile. Well, Mike, we just heard from you and four-time State Open champion Jay Woodson about how tough this first opening stretch of 3 holes can be out here at Independence Golf Club. And what really stands out to you at number 2 today, and especially looking at where the pin is located?
Yeah, another back flag here. First 2 holes back on these back shelves. This one's only 6 paces from the left edge. It's a tiny little shelf back there. Again, Larkin with the big lead is probably looking center of the green. But Luca and Justin, they're going to have to push it and try to hit it flag high to start making some numbers. They did move the tee box up about 25 yards today, so that bunker is a little more in play for most guys.
Larkin Gross has found the fairway again here on number 2. Hey, what we talk about that putter, that driver and off the tee has been stout for Larkin Gross all week. Every facet of his game, but he hasn't missed he hasn't missed many fairways at all either.
One of the benefits of making the PGA Championship this year at Quail Hollow is he was able to get into the tour trucks that have all the fun gadgets and toys, and worked out with a new driver shaft that he's been loving, confident, and just hitting a bunch of fairways.
Well, Larkin Gross, his dad, is on the bag with him. He talked a lot about the influence his dad's had on his game, and you can see him right there.
Yeah, that's what makes this game special, right? The bonds you build with your dad or your spouse. Actually, Larkin's wife is a PGA professional as well, so he has a lot to fall back on. His dad operates a club in Northern Virginia as well, so a lot in common here. You can bounce ideas off of, and then obviously just the emotional support with having a family member by your side.
Yeah, just fresh off of a second-place finish at the Maryland State Open earlier this week. Of course, we told you yesterday about playing in his 3rd PGA Championship.
Yeah, I mean, Larkin is one of the best club professionals in the country. You know, to get to that championship, you have to get through our top 12 at our section championship. Then you go to face 300 plus golfers at our national PGA professional championship, top 20 there, make it to the PGA championship to play with the top 100 players in the world.
Yeah, just an incredible player is Larkin Gross. And this final grouping going to be fun today. This is going to be a chess match. Justin LaRue birdieing the first hole to move to 7 under. Luca Rinaldi with a bogey. Those two tied at 7 under now. And of course, Larkin Gross, hard number 1. He's 13 under for the tournament. If you're just tuning in, rounds of 63 and 64. Green is cleared, and Gross set to hit his approach shot here on 2.
Down.
I tugged it a little bit. That's really not too bad. I guarantee he wasn't aiming there, though. So, get away with it. As long as you're picking a safe target, and you know you can miss it a little left and still be all right. That's kind of key these days. As weird as that target going to be, it's not always the flag.
Luca Rinaldi birdied this hole on Friday in his first round, where he shot 67. Here's his second shot. Solid shot.
Yep, got it up on top of that shelf, just about flag high.
Justin LaRue in prime position again through a dart on the first hole.
Doesn't like it.
Looked like it might be on the front part of that green on the bottom shelf. That's going to be a roller coaster of a putt.
Yeah, distance control will be tough there.
Well, had a chance to catch up with Justin LaRue after his second round. Let's hear more.
I think it was going really well. Making a lot of good putts. I unfortunately missed a couple inside 10 feet, like 8-footers on the last couple holes, but good up and down on 18, good up and down on 16. Driver was not very good today, but approach shots like out of the rough and getting around the green was super good, so that saved me very much today. That was a really difficult lie after kind of a bad drive, but saved it, which was very nice. I'm glad I made that. I tried to play him aggressively. Unfortunately, on the front 9, hole 4, I hit in the rough and couldn't go for it. And then 17, that's a really long hole. I kind of busted a drive out there and tried to smash a 3-wood and got it to the green, but was just left in the bunker. But really good bunker shot. Unfortunately, just didn't make that 8-footer, misread it, but hit the putt very well. I just kind of stuck to my game plan. Like 16, I was in a kind of a rough spot. I was a little lucky to have a gap to hit through and just kind of punch it out, and just stuck. Know my short game. I'm going to chip it pretty good, and I know I'm going to hit a really good line. I've been professional for about 2 months now and doing some mini tour stuff, and hopefully play good in some of these events. Everything I was doing good today. It might not go so well tomorrow. It might go better tomorrow, but all I can do is stick to one shot at a time and play it from there, see what happens, count it up at the end.
This segment is presented by the Kiowa Island Golf Resort. Kiowa Island Golf Resort is your destination for luxury golf and beach vacations near Charleston, South Carolina. Indulge in 5-star accommodations and some of the most respected golf courses in the nation. A travel experience you'll wish would never end. Now, Justin LaRue is actually off the green here at number 2. His second shot just right of the green, and he's going to go up and take a peek at that. This could be a tricky little chip shot coming back up the hill here, Mike.
Yeah, he got it about flag high, which actually makes it harder. If he was short of the flag, it would have been a little bit easier. He could have used the slope to help stop the ball, but this green is sloping away from him all the way to the hole. He's going to have to use a little height on this one.
Goes up high, trying to let it release. Wow. Nearly jarred it. What a shot by LaRue, and he'll have that for a tap-in par.
Yeah, that was tremendous. I mean, catching the lip there, flipped it perfectly. You could see he went high with it. Able to get the land soft, and tremendous play there. That's when you're happy to just go up and one hand in and get out of there after a poor swing.
We'll take a second look from a different angle. Great work by our camera crew.
Really unlucky. It almost looked like that ball should have probably gone in. I don't know if that flag stick was leaning straight up and down.
That pin in the back left corner here on 2 today. Luca Rinaldi with his birdie putt.
Not a bad putt.
Good speed.
Yep.
Rinaldi taps in for par here at number 2 to remain at 7 under for the tournament.
This is, again, wasn't trying to hit it here, but pretty good look up the hill.
Gross. Does he have enough? No, just short. So back-to-back pars for your tournament leader, Larkin Gross, at 13 under.
Yeah, good read, good line, just a hair short. It can be frustrating at times, but it's okay to leave putts short. You don't want to be blowing everything past the hole, especially with his lead. Just keep it easy today.
We move along to the third tee in this final grouping. Larkin Gross, a 6-shot lead in the 2025 State Open of Virginia.
Kiowa Island Golf Resort is more than a round of golf. It's 5 meticulous courses set amongst grand oaks and towering palms. A dance with Di, Player, Nicholas, and Fazio that challenges your mind and love for the game, where ocean breezes are both ally and foe, where the tradition of golf meets the thrill of sport.
Live streaming the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Go to www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay today. And this 9th hole, one of the featured holes sponsored by Richmond Region Tourism today, we'll send it to the 9th with Bobby Goldstein, who is on course.
Bobby G here down on the 9th green. Second group coming in. Thanks, Kendall, for turning it over to me. It's a beautiful day here this morning, the championship round. Bill Fetter just knocked one. 12 feet, pin high. It's a great shot. The hole's playing 184 yards today. Next shot is coming in really high right now, Kendall. It looks really good. He right at it. Just a little short, but another good shot. Straight up the hill, about 35 feet. 2 really good shots so far. There's a really treacherous fall off here on the left side of the green, Kendall. I mean, a little bit more left. That ball would have been down 30 yards away from the hole. So quite surprised. These guys seem to be last round. They're going firing right at it, Kendall. They're moving up that leaderboard. Pretty exciting featured hole today. Number 9 at the infamous Independence Golf Club. Back to you, Kendall. Thank you.
Couple of shots on the green here at number 9, and this certainly is a tricky hole. And again, we saw our tournament leader Larkin Gross bogey this hole before he went on that streak of 4 straight 10 through 13 birdies yesterday, but can certainly give a challenge to players.
Yeah, it's one of those demanding par 3s. Got to be precise with the irons. Like Bobby said, big fall off. You get aggressive going at this back left flag and pull it a little bit. You're going to be down on the fairway cut well below the surface. Got to be precise. Should be playing a little bit. The flag's not moving right now. When I was out there this morning, it was a little bit into the wind when they were setting the tee markers and cutting the whole location. So we'll see how that that 180, 184 plays. It could be playing a little bit longer for these guys as the wind picks up today.
Take a look at the aerial footage brought to you by Estes today. What a beautiful golf course here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. We mentioned 12th time that they have hosted a state open, and this is a course that opened back in 2001 and was renovated in 2014. Absolutely a great place to host an event like the Virginia State Open. So much history in this tournament. And we're here on 9 green. Getting a look at some other players here before we take it back to our final group here shortly. I'll tell you what, this group right here trying to make a move, as Bobby Goldstein said. Bill Fetter trying to go right at it. Patrick Garris and Christopher Zhang. And we'll send it back down to Bobby, who is on the green. He's got a read on these putts.
Here, all birdie opportunities. Thanks again, Kendall. Down here in the 9th green, it looks like Patrick Garris is going to go first. I think he's further. He's got a pretty straight putt. It's uphill, and then it comes down a little bit, but it still climbs all the way back. The pin is only 12 feet from the back of the and 8 feet from the side, so they really stuck this one in the back left here today. Really a tough pin position. Oh, I misspoke. I'm sorry, Ken. It looks like Christopher Zhang is furthest. He's going first. Just apologize about that. Christopher Zhang is ready to putt his birdie opportunity here on number 9. He is also putting a little bit uphill. He's playing really well. It's a really good tee shot, just a little short. He's got it going right at it. Oh, what a pace. Go in. Oh, almost. Great putt. Great birdie opportunity there. Just slipped by at the end. Patrick is up next, and he's got similar distance, actually, maybe just a foot or two shorter. He's coming in from the right side of the hole, and he's got his caddy with him, helping him a little bit today. And now we're going for another opportunity for birdie here by Patrick Garris. Traditional smooth stroke. See if you can get it there. It's online. It's looking really good. It's tracking. I think it's just going to come up a tad to the left, but another really good birdie opportunity. Really good putt. Great tempo. Great speed up that hill. And last we have Bill Fetter here, who's got a really makeable birdie putt. Kendall, he is looking really good. He's had a long time to study this one. I'd be surprised if this one doesn't hit the hole and perhaps go in. Bill's a member of the club at Glenmore. He's a PGA professional and is wearing a really awesome white bucket hat today, if I might add. This for birdie. Looks like it's right on line. Just going to come up a tad short. Back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Bobby, who was down on the 9th. We'll take it back to our final group. Here, Luca Rinaldi from the fairway. Just right over the flag.
Yeah,
looked like maybe left the green a little bit.
This whole location is tucked way left today. There's a big fall off, false front short of this whole location. You do not want to be missing this whole location left. This is really flag high, or even a little past flag high today with this whole location, and then putting back down to it.
Get a look at the aerial footage. This is, as we mentioned yesterday, one of the trickiest tee shots on the course. Mike, I think this hole all about position. We've seen a lot of guys hit 3-wood off the tee, but if you hit it even the left side of the fairway. Those pines kind of creep in and block the out.
Especially when the locations that kind of borderline there when he was still in the fairway. That whole location is so far to the left side, those trees can kind of hang over and just make the player think a little bit more. You know, you're hitting a short club, which is hard to turn over already. It's not going to curve all that much, but you're again looking 15 feet right, pin high, and again even a little behind it is not bad. So just we can avoid that false front.
They'll make their way up to the third green here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. Kendall Lewis, head club professional at the Foundry Golf Club, Mike Maroney, and of course Bobby Goldstein, who is on the 9th green on course. We'll be going to him all throughout the afternoon as some of the groups ahead of this final grouping try to make a charge and a push on this leaderboard. Larkin Gross has made par at 1 and 2. Comfortable lead right now at 13 under.
Yeah, it looks like both him and Justin found the putting surface. Luca just pulled it. When you pull it, it goes a little bit longer, so just long left here. He was lucky to kind of stay up more on the flat, and if he hit it a little shorter, it would have gone down below the surface of the green.
If you're just tuning in, Luca Rinaldi suffered a bogey at the first hole. And a long birdie putt. He 3-putted one to make bogey. He's just over the back of the green with putter in hand on his third shot here at 3.
Yeah, and we talked about this yesterday. Putting through this Bermuda, you got to strike it well. If not, you can see how dark that grass is. He's putting back up into the grain. But chipping that ball is hard too, because where he's standing is a big kick downhill towards the flag. He chose putter there and just didn't have enough speed to get through it up the hill.
This for par, still off the green here at 3. So Rinaldi put a mark on that, but going to suffer his second bogey in the opening 3 holes. And we mentioned maybe a little jitters, a little nerves here in this final grouping. And this opening stretch, tough, as you and Jay Woodson told us earlier in the broadcast.
Yeah, you get a little nerves. This is not a fun opening stretch to have some nerves. There's 3 good holes here. And yeah, I mean, when you're this kind of pressure, final round, cameras on you, not easy. This putt here for Justin, be downhill, probably playing it about a foot or so outside the right.
LaRue for birdie. Good speed.
Yeah, good putt. Broke a little more than he thought, but nice tap in.
Justin LaRue, 1 under through 3. Good start to this final round of the State Open. Now Larkin Gross for birdie and a chance to create a little more separation and move to 14 under for the tournament.
Another one right on line, just a little short. That's comforting though as a player. You can tell, okay, I'm seeing the line, I'm reading the putt well, I'm hitting my line, just a hair off on speed.
Tap in par for Gross. Rinaldi to clean this up for bogey. So he'll move to 2 over through 3. Larkin Gross, even par through 3 holes. And our tournament leader at 13 under. We will move along here at Independence Golf Club and go back to hole 9 with Bobby Goldstein.
Thanks, Kendall. Just 2 shots on the green so far, number 9. Bobby back down here at the 9th green. First 2 players have already hit it on the green. 1 right, 1 left. Now we've got the 3rd player up, which is John Moles from Riverbend Club, who's the 3rd player up. Ryan Sloniker and Brian O'Day have already hit. Brian actually out of Farmington Country Club, where CGN was just a few weeks ago during the State of Virginia Women's Open. Beautiful track up there. Really enjoyed it. I'm really enjoying Independence Club as well. It's great to be back with CGN. Coverage yesterday was really enjoyable. Got it in just in time yesterday before a torrential downstorm and some lightning. Finished up that exciting back 9 with Larkin Groves, the leader today. This is the 3rd shot coming in now. And it is way short. It's going to go all the way down the left side. This is what I was talking about earlier, Kendall. Just a 1 foot left on the left side of the green. It's going to roll all the way back down. And this one, I think he's just pretty close to the sewer pipe, but I think he's going to be fine to hit it from there. I do not think he will need relief. Back up to you, Kendall.
Once again, folks, we want to remind you this segment is presented by Kiowa Island Golf Resort. Kiowa Island Golf Resort is your destination for luxury golf and beach vacations near Charleston, South Carolina. You can indulge in 5-star accommodations in some of the most respected golf courses in the nation. A travel experience you'll wish would never end. Bobby Goldstein on number 9, and we take it back here to the State Open of Virginia, here to Independence Golf Club. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go back to 9 green.
One golf resort is more than a round of golf. It's 5 meticulous courses set amongst grand oaks and towering palms. A dance with Di, Player, Nicholas, and Fazio that challenges your mind and love for the game, where ocean breezes are both ally and foe, where the tradition of golf meets the thrill of sport.
Thanks, Kendall. Bobby here back down on the 9th green. Patrick Garris is down in the left side mound. It's about 20 feet up to the green in a really, really tight line. He's got to really finesse this in there. You can see the speed. We're just going to try and hit it high and soft. It's a little bit into the wind. It's really high and soft. I don't think it's going to get there. It did. Stay up. Okay. So that was Bill Fetter. Just a little bit short, but he had a good line. I think also the wind caught it a little bit, Kendall, and prevented it from reaching out. Now we have then we have Brian O'Day and Ryan Sloniker now also hitting. I think that, well, I'm not quite sure if they decided. It looks like Brian's going to go first. Maybe not. Yeah, I think he is. He's a little bit uphill, and then it goes straight downhill into a little bowl back left of the green. Okay. John Moll's a little frustrated after that last chip. Kendall, he's seemed a little perplexed by the distance. This is Brian O'Day is about to putt for his birdie here. He's got a good 35 feet. It's downhill towards the cup, and then it comes back up on the other side of the bowl near the green. It's a little bit right to left. And it's got a good pace to it. It will climb, will it get there, will it get there? Yes, it did. Oh, just burned the right edge. Really good try for birdie there by Brian. I think it looks like now we have Ryan Sloniker, who is playing out of Spotswood Country Club. He's got a really straight putt just up the hill. It's a really good tee shot. And his held on. And now he's staring it down, looking at it. He's getting a good read on this. Actually, now it looks like, I'm sorry, Kendall, it looks like John Moll's going to putt first. Ryan's going to sit this one out and watch. John using the aim point technique. As I mentioned, he is the only pro in this group. Both Ryan and Brian are amateurs. He is putting uphill. I think he saw the pace of the green, the uphill. I think he's going to give this one a good run at it. Really needs to make this for par. This would be an amazing up and down if this goes in. He got it started. It's online. It looks good. Get there. Oh, just leaked a little bit to the right at the end. Good try. So he will make a 4 there. A bogey. Left himself in a really tough chip. Now last to putt for birdie is finally Ryan Sloniker. So this for a birdie 2. This is 20 feet. Not much break to it, Kendall. Goes up and then down a little bit, back into the bowl. First 8 feet is uphill, and then it tracks down. And it is a little bit left. Oh, it almost came back. It didn't. Good try for birdie, so he'll finish out with a par there. And now last to finish off, do a little cleanup here. About 4. And a nice par there. Back to you.
Thanks, Bobby. We'll go back to you on the 9th here momentarily. At Independence Golf Club, there's more than meets the eye. Yes, it's an award-winning Tom Fazio design, consistently ranked among Virginia's top public courses. A scenic layout with pristine fairways, challenging play, and a reputation for exceptional conditions. But step beyond the course, and you'll find so much more. Independence is one of the region's premier event venues with elegant indoor and outdoor spaces, full-service planning, and luxury overnight accommodations. Whether it's a wedding, a corporate retreat, or a weekend getaway, everything is thoughtfully designed for comfort and celebration. You can dine at Tavern 19, where the seasonal menu is local and elevated. Enjoy weekly specials, live music, and a space where community comes together. On the course or on the range, Independence is also a place to grow the game with a state-of-the-art practice facility and a home for the Robbins Junior program in First Tee of Greater Richmond. With over 200 acres of rolling countryside, the setting is as memorable as the moments made here. For a golf destination, a gathering place, a community hub, Independence Golf Club, it's more than just a great golf course. We'll take it back to our final grouping today. Larkin Gross, Luca Rinaldi, and Justin LaRue here at number 4 in the fairway. And it's Luca Rinaldi who is 2 over through his first 3 holes, hitting his second shot. Check that, his third shot here at 4.
You're right.
Good shot in there. You can have that to try and save a par here at 4.
Yeah, great shot there. Got the spin to come back. 4's par 5, so they'll be looking for birdie here. Looks like Larkin hit another good shot. or is that Justin on the front edge of the green here, and Larkin's pacing this one off short.
Now, this is actually one of 2 par 5s on the golf course. So Rinaldi is in there for a look at birdie. Great shot in there. And Larkin Gross just short, chipping for 3 right here. Golden opportunity for him to possibly get to 14 under.
Yeah, he can be aggressive with this. He's chipping back up into the slope. It should check up pretty fast.
Pretty soft mitts right there, huh?
Yeah, nice hands. Goes by just a little bit, but, 3.5 feet for easy birdie.
And Larkin Gross right now, we mentioned even par through his first 3. He's on cruise control here at 13 under. He's played smart golf. He's hit every fairway so far.
Just don't put any stress on yourself. Don't go backwards. Make everyone come get you.
Well, this is a guy, as we mentioned, 3 PGA championships and, of course, a second-place finish at the Maryland State Open earlier this week. He has been in this position plenty of times in his career.
Yeah, he came out hot when he first came into the PGA, made the PGA championship at Kiowa, and then I wouldn't say lost his game for a few years, but didn't play quite to his standards. And he talked to us on the preview show Thursday night how he just kind of rededicated himself, and the last couple of years have been spectacular.
Rinaldi with a look at birdie. Oh, just spins it out. A hard lip out, too. He's got some work left to try and save par.
Yeah, a little frustrating. Just a hair too much speed on that line. Justin's got a very makeable one. Uphill. Going to be breaking a little from his right to left. As a right-handed golfer, this is what you're looking for. This is a perfect look at birdie here.
LaRue 1 under through 3 and a chance to get to 8 under right here. And of course, you just saw the chip shot with Larkin Gross. He's going to likely make birdie here as well. He's got about 2.5 feet for his birdie putt coming up. Here's LaRue.
Yeah, it looks like it almost looked like that ball went back the other way towards the hole. He kind of gave the typical Independence befuddled head shake there. That's a missed opportunity. That's one when you're this far back that you got to have.
Yeah, doors open for Larkin Gross to create even more separation here. And he does.
Yep.
Nice birdie for Larkin Gross. His second time in 3 days with a birdie here at 4. And our tournament leader just continues to increase his lead, 14 under. And Rinaldi finishes it out here at number 4. So they move along to the 5th hole. Larkin Gross, 1 under par on the afternoon, 14 under. Our tournament leader. Today's aerial footage is being brought to you by Estes. Matt Pachilli is standing by in the clubhouse with Will Hupp of Estes. Matt?
Inside the clubhouse here at Independence Golf Club with Will Hupp, the Director of Hub Operations for Estes, the nation's largest family-owned freight carrier. You're also a 4th-generation family member running the organization of Estes, and this is your 3rd year of being involved with the State Open of Virginia. Thank you for the continued support. To be involved in this way, you must have deep roots in Virginia.
Yeah, Matt, this is such a great event for us. I mean, having started here in the great Commonwealth of Virginia almost 95 years ago, our roots really are here in Virginia. Having started with one truck and over the last 95 years growing to the size that we are, having 300 terminal locations around the country, 10,000 plus trucks, and most importantly, nearly 25,000 employees. It's just been quite the evolution. So for us to stay true to our roots and support the communities that we really live and work in is a huge deal for us, and is how we run the company.
And you don't run a successful family organization for 95 years without happy employees. And you all have been awarded top workplaces as well.
Yeah, that's right. And I appreciate you bringing that up. That was a huge testament to the job that we've done over 95 years. You don't get to the size and the scale that we are without the whole team kind of pulling that cart in the same direction. So having those nearly 25,000 employees, it's just been a real focus for how we run that company, or how we run our company. And for the Times-Dispatch to recognize that and shout that out is a huge feather in our cap. And that voting didn't come from us, right? That really came from the employees going out and casting their vote. So just can't say enough to how proud we are of that award.
Well, and it's obvious that community support's very important to not only the leadership, but the team members and the folks driving the trucks and everyone involved. So thank you. Thank you for the continued support.
Absolutely. It's such a great event. And I'll tell you, the VSGA and Independence Golf Club do such a great job with this every year. I'll tell you, the golf course is in spectacular shape. It's a tough but fair testament of golf, and can't be more excited to be here and see how it unfolds this weekend.
Thanks, Will. Looking forward to watching. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Matt. We'll go back and take a look at that leaderboard now with Larkin Gross making birdie at the par 5 fourth. He is now 14 under par. Justin LaRue 7 shots back at 7 under. Still a lot of golf to be played, but tell you what, Larkin Gross is on cruise control right now as they head to the 5th tee box here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. We're going to take a quick break here at the State Open of Virginia. When we come back, plenty more golf to show you. Stay tuned on CGN.
Century, Estes has delivered more than freight. We've delivered reliability. Family owned and headquartered in Richmond, Virginia, we're North America's largest privately held freight carrier. With a powerful terminal network, a robust fleet, and a global reach, Estes keeps business moving across Virginia, across the country, and around the world. Built on values, driven by trust. At Estes, going the extra mile isn't just what we do, it's who we are.
Bobby down on the 9th green. Last group that just came in, Kendall, real quick, is Bobby Dudek and Cameron Yancey. Both made good pars around the middle of the green. I'm standing in it right back. I don't know, but a really rough shot by Drew Brockwell, who made a bogey. He had left it in a deep rough left of the green. It was pin high, but he had a really delicate chip shot. He left it short for 12 feet, and then he just lipped out and made a bogey. So 2 pars and a bogey from this group. Teed off at 8:03 on number 9. Back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Bobby. This is, of course, the group with Jonathan McEwen, Hayden Miller, and Brandon Ramseur that teed off at 8:14 here on the 9th tee. Guys trying to make a charge up the leaderboard here.
Yeah, this is Jonathan McEwen. We had it going for a little bit yesterday. At one point, had one of the low rounds on the golf course. Another great shot there.
Great shot in there here on 9. And McEwen +1 today, had a 67 yesterday, opening round 72 in round 1. Tell you what, he's played the 9th hole even par in his first 2 rounds, and he'll make his way up to the 9th green as we take it back just outside of the fairway, just off the cart path here.
Yeah, just gouging that ball out of that rough. You got it across the cart path, which is kind of more unmaintained rough over there, especially to this hard hole location on the back right shelf.
Yeah, this 5th hole, difficult here at Independence Golf Club.
Yeah, and we got word that Justin, that was actually an eagle putt. He hit the 4th green in 2, so that was an eagle putt that we were watching that he caught the edge on. That would have been a real jolt for him. So he did make birdie there to kind of maintain pace with Larkin, but 2 tremendous golf shots, 605-yard hole there on 4 and Justin can move it pretty good. So
yeah, hole 5, known as the Cardinal here at Independence Golf Club.
State bird of Virginia.
And all getting set to play their 3rd shot here at hole 5. This is our final grouping. Larkin Gross, Luca Rinaldi, and Justin LaRue.
And Larkin, you can see him marking his ball there. Another smart shot, flag high to the fat of the green. Just rinse and repeat that all day.
And I tell you what, it has been like clockwork for Larkin this entire week.
Justin's got a little space here. Just kind of short of the flag. We're leaning into an upslope, which will help make him stop it a little bit easier as well. Barely see the top of his head.
A great bunker shot there for LaRue, and he'll have that for par here at the par 4 5th.
And again, they haven't mowed this rough since Tuesday. It's getting pretty thick and juicy in spots. Can't even see Luca's golf ball here on this one.
Some heavy rain showers after the 2nd round concluded late afternoon and into the evening here at Midlothian last night as Rinaldi has this one release on him a little bit further than he'd like, so a tricky putt coming back for par. And Larkin Gross will have a birdie putt here at the 5th. Getting plenty of time to take a look.
Yeah, unfortunately, they only got about 3/10 of rain here in that storm that moved through. Some other areas in the Richmond metro area got hit pretty hard. Some neighborhoods lost power actually a little bit north of this near my neighborhood. So Independence was fortunate to miss on those real heavy storms, miss any damage, and not too much rain. We're still able to get the carts out in the fairways, and we're not playing lift, clean, and play. So Just one of those years you're just kind of dodging storms.
Larkin Gross was in that final group yesterday after shooting 63 on Friday. And I tell you what, that shower just missed the final group. They just finished when the rain started to pour here at Independence. And this for birdie.
Not too bad. It does break away from that back edge that he was putting away from a little bit. Just maybe a slight misread there. You can see the different shades of grass, different grain. Factoring that in can be pretty challenging.
Oh, a couple of par putts coming up for Luca Rinaldi and Justin LaRue.
Just powered it through a little bit.
It's been a bit of a struggle for Rinaldi here early on in his round.
This is Justin's strength right here. This is what he considers the strongest part of his game. He works hard at the foundry. He's out there many, many hours. He's probably practicing more his putting than I've seen him practice anything else. He's got a bunch of practice stations. He uses aim point. He's very dedicated to his craft in this area of the game.
Oh, big putt for Justin LaRue. And a sand save to remain at 8 under par.
Yeah, great putt. Center cut. Looked good the entire way.
This to save par for Larkin Gross. And he does just that. Larkin Gross, 6-shot lead, 14 under par. And he'll remain 1 under through 5 in the third and final round. And Rinaldi suffers another bogey here at the 5th in this final pairing. We'll take a look at that roll from Justin LaRue.
Yeah, just a perfect rhythm to his stroke. He's got a great golf swing, great rhythm in his putting stroke. Just a lot of natural rhythm in his game.
We'll go aerial footage again that, of course, is being brought to you by Estes today. You can proudly build on Virginia values that are driven by trust and committed to delivering freight solutions that go the extra mile.
Yeah, they make their way to the 6th hole here. Again, that bunker they're not looking at. You see that bunker there on the right. There's a grass bunker left. Neither of them they're really paying attention to.
I was going to say, neither. They just bombed it right over the top of the grass bunker all week we've seen. LaRue just staring it down. And looks like a clean lie in the left rough here at 6.
Yeah, it won't be the best angle in the left rough there. Pins tucked left over the bunker. It does look to be sitting good.
Right there.
He's watching it a little bit. And now he's picking the tee up. That seems to be about the longest that Larkin has watched one of his tee balls in the last 2 days.
Yeah, I was going to say, we mentioned it yesterday. You can rinse and repeat with that quick tee pickup for Larkin Gross all week. Luca Rinaldi after a bogey at the 5th. Trying to get back on track here at 6.
Great swing.
Yeah, great shot. Splits the middle of the fairway here at number 6.
You know, we talked about this whole location a lot yesterday. I think I called it a green light special. Front of the green, short of the ridge. It's a lot more challenging today.
Today's aerial footage brought to you again by Estes, North America's largest privately owned freight carrier, proudly keeping business moving across Virginia and beyond.
Estes has delivered more than freight. We've delivered reliability. Family owned and headquartered in Richmond, Virginia, we're North America's largest privately held freight carrier. With a powerful terminal network, a robust fleet, and a global reach, Estes keeps business moving across Virginia, across the country, and around the world. Built on values, driven by trust. At Estes, going the extra mile isn't just what we do, it's who we are.
Aerial footage of hole 6 as we follow along the final group with Larkin Gross, our tournament leader at 14 under, Justin LaRue, and Luca Rinaldi. Of course, as we mentioned, that grass and fairway bunker really not even in play here. This one playing just short of 400 yards today. And you mentioned LaRue's going to have an interesting angle in that left rough, Mike, coming in on his second shot, especially where the pin is tucked today, just over that left greenside bunker.
Yeah, there's not much space there, and it's a kind of little bit of a small little tabletop shelf of its own. It's partly connected to that bottom shelf, but distance control is going to be paramount on this whole location, and him coming out of that left rough with not being able to control his spin, bad angle, is going to be difficult to get it close.
We started the week with 144 players. That field was trimmed down to the top 60 for today's third and final round.
I think if I hit this,
To at least +5 or better to make the top 60 this year. Here's Larkin Gross from the fairway on 6.
down.
Wow. Larkin Gross.
Tremendous shot. I was just getting ready to say, you're judging the uphill can be challenging on this hole. Plus, that flag has been kind of intermittent, and you're trying to judge that as well. But I think he did it there.
Larkin Gross has been automatic, and you talked about that green light special, Mike, here on 6. Full display from Larkin Gross that time from the fairway.
Got a similar angle, similar yardage here for Luca. It's nice to see a shot like that right beforehand. You can kind of almost imagine Larkin's shot as he's lining this up.
That pin tucked front left just over that greenside bunker. Rinaldi didn't like it.
Yeah, didn't catch it how he wanted to. A lot of backspin on that, and you can see it moving further and further away from the flag. This will be interesting to see how this comes out. When there's a little moisture, ball sitting up in this rough, you can catch a flyer. A high finish, trying to hoist it up in the air. Yeah, I got a little pulled it long left.
Back left.
That is going to be an interesting. I'm thinking he might putt that because it's going to be a really hard chip with how fast that is downhill and down the slope.
LaRue trying to stay on pace as much as possible with Larkin Gross. Gross is in tight for birdie. And a chance to move to 15 under. LaRue just off the backside of the green here at number 6 at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, Bobby Goldstein, our on-course reporter today, here with you for the 2025 State Open of Virginia, third and final round coverage. We appreciate you tuning in from wherever you may be. The State Open of Virginia is an event jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA. The MAPGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and in Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf through instruction, event planning, and bringing new players to the game. They are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in business and the game of golf. The VSGA, that was founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers in golf clubs within the state of Virginia, including handicapping services, access to competitions, junior golf programs, education on the rules of golf, and rules of handicapping. And I think this tournament field this week, Mike, has showcased how great these two associations and programs are. When you think about Luca Rinaldi, 17-year-old, representing the junior golf here in the state of Virginia. We had a club superintendent in the field that was making a charge up the leaderboard yesterday afternoon. And, of course, Larkin Gross and other club professionals that have really showcased their talent this week on full display.
Yeah, I mean, just this final group right here is a good dichotomy of the field. You got a PGA professional, you got a mini tour professional, and you got an amateur. Again, all coming together. It's rare for all of us to come together in the same event, and this is the one.
Well, you were right, Mike. LaRue has putter in hand from the backside.
Speed's going to have to be absolutely perfect on this one. Should snap now. Just carrying a little too much pace coming down that slope. It's really not terrible. That was, a challenging spot there.
Pretty good lead from that position for LaRue, even though he's got about a 4-footer coming back to try and save par. Luca Rinaldi hit a nice shot. It spun back. This is for birdie here at 6 and to try and get back on track.
It should be a slow putt up the hill. Yeah, he comes up well short. It's just hard to hit it up that hill so much. You're going to see a lot of guys come up short from that same spot.
Justin LaRue is away. He will have his par putt. Larkin Gross threw an absolute dart. He's got about 2.5 feet for birdie. LaRue just made birdie back at the 4th. 2 under on the day. He's 8 under on the tournament. This to save par. Big putt right here.
Another good stroke.
What an up and down from the backside of this green. And Justin LaRue stays put at 8 under par.
As a player, you kind of bookmark some good shots you hit throughout the round. And he just had to go back 1 hole to 5, similar length putt that he made a nice stroke on.
Wow.
Oh, that's tough by Luca.
Second 3 putt of the afternoon for Luca Rinaldi, who spins out his par putt. And the struggles continue. Larkin Gross, short birdie putt here. Well played, tee to green. And Larkin Gross, a mimic of what he did yesterday in the second round, makes another birdie. 15 under par now and a 7-shot lead as they move along to the 7th tee.
He's just keeping it going. Just a continuation. I think that's the nice part about having these morning tee times is he didn't have to wait around a while. You know, he was hot coming off the golf course last night, and quick turnaround here with the early morning tee times and just keeping it going.
They move to the 7th tee. That par 3, a 2-tiered green, playing 206 today, Mike. This is going to be an interesting par 3 to see how this final grouping plays it. Folks, we want to remind you, live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Go to www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay today. So Larkin Gross moves to 15 under par and a 7-shot lead. Comfortable here moving to 7. We're going to take it to Bobby Goldstein, who is on 9 tee box right now.
Thanks, Kendall. Just had a group that just finished, just 3 pars, but I have to comment on Joey Lane's chip shot. He was about 20 feet below the hole in some really deep rough. He had to actually identify his ball first. It was so deep. He hit a beautiful soft lob shot, lipped out, and then tapped it in for a par. So the Von McLean's, Joey Lane, and Tracy Ballard all made pars on the 9th hole. And then we had the next group off that just I got 2 balls in the green so far out of this E36 group, which is Sam Beach, an amateur out of Hermitage Country Club. We have Charlie Hansen, and then we have Josh Speed, also PGA. And I have 3 amazing approach shots to this 9th green right now, Kendall. They all have legitimate birdie opportunities, all within a couple feet of each other. Just left of the pin, 3 best shots I've seen today so far into this 9th green down at Independence Golf Club in the championship round. Back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, great shots in there here at number 9, which is one of the featured holes today in this 3rd and final round of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. 3 good looks at birdie there, Mike, coming up here at the 9th.
Yeah, it's tough to flirt with that left edge, but if you could place a golf ball to have a decent look at birdie on 9, that's the spot. It's just, I can't imagine those 3 players were trying to go that close to that left edge, but sometimes you get away with a slight miss, and now all of a sudden you're in the driver's seat for a good look here at number 9.
Sam Beach, Charlie Hansen, Josh Spate. That's the group here at our featured hole, which is sponsored by Richmond Region Tourism. Of course, live streaming of the State Open, sponsored by Richmond Region Tourism as well. We appreciate all of our tournament sponsors and event beneficiaries at this year's State Open of Virginia. How about Independence Golf Club going to host the State Senior Open, right? September here in Midlothian, Virginia. We mentioned this is the 12th time that they've hosted a State Open.
Yeah, they're a great partner for both the VSGA and the Middle Atlantic PGA. Really willing to go above and beyond to help do anything to make this tournament special. This group here, we got a couple of Richmond boys with Sam Beach and Charlie Hansen. Both play out at Hermitage. Charlie's just had a very strong finish at the G Pro event down in Blacksburg this week. Finished on Thursday and turned right around and play this event Friday. Both Charlie and then Josh Spate, also in this group, were nice enough to join us on our live from preview show. Josh, just like Larkin, also a 3-time participant in the PGA Championship and a perennial favorite among our section events.
Incredible tournament field this week when you think about some of the resumes. We've got some of the top junior golfers in the state of Virginia. You've got guys that have had much success at the college level, and then, as we mentioned, guys that have really showcased their talents on a national stage.
I was talking with Josh on the putting green this morning. He feels like he's hitting it great and just hasn't been making the putts. Said he hit it to 10 feet about 10 times yesterday and only made 4 of them, and just a little frustrated on the greens when I was chatting with him this morning.
That's a good leave right there. He'll tap that in.
Sam here hitting. He's a player that played at the University of Richmond, turned pro out of college, was grinding on the mini tours, decided to end the grind, got his amateur status back, and it's kind of rejuvenated his game. He's played really well the last handful of years with his amateur status back. He's won the Valentine Invitational, which is a high-end, mid-am, and senior invitational we have here in Richmond, Virginia.
His home club, the Hermitage Country Club. And we're going to take this to hole 7, go back to our final group with Larkin Gross, Justin LaRue, and Luca Rinaldi as they make their way to play their second shot here at number 7. This par 3 that we mentioned is playing 206 today. We had a chance to go out on the golf course Friday, and this is one of those par 3s, Mike, that really stands out to you here with this multi-layered green. Of course, 6, 7, and 8, all with the 2-tiered greens here at Independence.
Yeah, and this whole location, I was out there when they were cutting it this morning. Back right, it looks like both Justin and Luca have missed it right, which is really tough. The miss on this one had to have been left. Looks like Justin is even right of the bunker. Not going to see the surface of the green, just see the top of the flag from down there in the rough. Both of these are going to require a touch of class here to get these close.
Having to throw it back up over the top of the bunker with the pin in that back location, as Mike just alluded to. Here's LaRue.
Just crept it onto the front edge. That's one thing you can't do. You can't leave it short again. You got to get this on the green. Got to give yourself a putt. You've hit a bad shot. You don't want to hit 2 in a row. Just give yourself a putt for par. Especially Justin's been stroking it well.
Rinaldi, after making a bogey on the 6, great shot, and nearly jarred it.
What a pitch. And you can see he had a little bit of a better lie, was able to go lower with that shot. Tremendous pitch there.
He'll have that left for par here at the 7th. Well, Luca Rinaldi, what a story. 67-65 in his opening 2 rounds. And the 65 came yesterday after spending Friday night in the emergency room, as you heard earlier in the broadcast. Snapped hooked his tee shot off number 1 yesterday and found a way to shoot 5 under.
Over that little same spot?
This segment is being brought to you by Golf Pride. Golf Pride is the #1 grip in worldwide golf. Performance is in your hands with Golf Pride. So find your fit by checking out the Grip Finder at golfpride.com. Here's Larkin Gross.
Yeah, going to be up the ridge here. Swinging pretty good. Yeah, tough to get it there. That's a pretty slow putt back up that ridge in the lower level.
And you had a chance to talk with Larkin, as you mentioned earlier, with that putter change, that custom putter that he's gone with, and I'd say it's working out for him pretty well with a second place finish earlier this week at the Maryland State Open, and he's been red hot here in Virginia this weekend.
Yep, absolutely. He was all business-like. He didn't want to give me much this morning on the putting green, so I didn't bug him too much. He was focused, and so I just kind of let him be. I didn't want to do anything to mess him up.
He's got a little bit of work left to clean it up for par. Interesting putt for Justin LaRue, who didn't quite pitch it far enough. He's got about 15 to 20 feet left
Lengthy putt
here on his 4th.
Oh. Another good roll, though. I mean, that ball is hugging the ground. Just maybe a hair of a misread, missed it low. That's a frustrating bogey, but tough long iron. Like you said earlier, 206.
Yeah.
He'd like to have that tee shot back for sure.
It looks like the grain's kind of into us a little bit, maybe into to the left. Okay.
Yeah, par threes have played tough this week here, Independence. Yesterday, 14 was playing 225 on that back tier box.
Yeah, 7th hole here is playing the 5th hardest hole in the golf course for the tournament. Number 9 is the 8th hardest hole for the tournament.
And Gross going to suffer what is just his 3rd bogey of the weekend.
Yeah, the rare miscue from Larkin this weekend. He's usually automatic with those short putts.
So Larkin Gross will fall back to 14 under. And Rinaldi taps that in to finish. We move along to the par 4 8th. After this break here at the State Open of Virginia from Midlothian at Independence Golf Club. We'll be right back on CGN.
When your hands are consistent, your game can go anywhere. Align Max, our newest raised ridge technology, designed to keep you and your game locked in on every shot. Only from Golf Pride. Respect the grip.
We welcome you back to Independence Golf Club in the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Larkin Gross, a rare bogey at the par 3 7th, is your tournament leader right now, and a comfortable lead, 7-shot lead. Justin LaRue in that final group as well at 7 under. How about Connor Burgess, who made a charge on the back nine yesterday, tied at 5 under with a wealth of others, Funderburk, Moore, to name a few, and Sam Beach, who we just saw come through the ninth a few moments ago. But I tell you what, this back nine going to be interesting. We watched Larkin Gross make 4 straight birdies, 10 through 13 yesterday, where he was red hot as he makes his way to the 8th right now. But 14 under par, comfortable lead.
Yeah, and you see some other guys kind of shifting on the leaderboard there. You get Charlie Hansen, Cameron Moore, 2 Virginia Tech guys. I keep saying Virginia Tech this weekend. It's just keep throwing up my mouth a little bit when I say it. But, yeah, and you got Connor Burgess, Mark Lawrence, Cameron Moore all paired together. They all played together here at Independence. They all went to Virginia Tech, so very comfortable pairing for those guys. And everyone's shuffling. I mean, you're looking at Larkin. You're trying to make a charge to see if he stumbles at all. But you're also focused on your exemptions into next year. You know, these pros are playing for some money. Yep. Top 10 pros, top 10 AMs get exempt into next year's event. Yep. So something that's in the back of their mind as they make the turn.
Josh Coates of the VSGA in the booth with us was talking about all the local qualifiers leading up that began the second week into May to try and qualify for a lot of these players to get in. Of course, we began the week with 144 players. The cut was made last night. The top 60 made this third and final round. And, folks, we want to remind you once again, live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Be sure to visit richmondva.com to plan your stay today. Bobby Goldstein is on the 9th tee, which is one of our featured holes today. We go back to him.
The Thanks, Kendall. Bobby G down on the 9th green. Just barely missed a birdie opportunity here by Mark Lawrence, who is currently tied for 6. Just slipped out. All 3 of these players on 9, Mark Lawrence, Connor Burgess, and Cameron Moore, all makeable birdie putts. Next up the putt here is, I believe it's Cameron Moore. Also, it's going right at it. Oh, it just missed to the right. Really good opportunity there. Just real quickly, Kendall, the last group, which I had Sam Beach, Charlie Hansen, and Josh Speed in it. Charlie made an unbelievable 12-foot side hill putt for a birdie, jumped him in to tied for 3rd. He was -4 after that birdie putt. He's now -5. So there's still a lot of work to be done on the back 9, but there really have not been too many birdies today at this 9th hole. It's a very tough pin placement. And last player up here is Cameron Moore, excuse me. And Cameron now is also going to try for a birdie attempt. The first 2 just slipped out. This is the 3rd attempt for a birdie here in this group. And this is tracking pretty nicely. And it just missed again. A really hard hole today, Kendall. Not too many people finding it. And looks like it'll be another 3 pars here in this group today. This wind is picking up a little bit. It's going from the players right to left. It started out not too bad. It's picked up just a tad. Definitely has helped some of the players hitting some higher flop shots into the green that were on the left. Because if you're on the left side, you have a short-sighted yourself. But here's another opportunity here. And we'll see how this finishes up for what's playing to be a very tough par 3 today. It's playing 184 yards. As I mentioned, the pin is in the back left corner. Only 12 feet off the back and 8 feet off the side. So they really tucked it back left. And that's in for par. And the last putter up here for par will be Cameron Moore. Just got this little tap in for his par. And again, we will go away with only having seen a couple birdies today. Back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, Cameron Moore, 2 under par today, making a charge. He's in that 3-way tie at 5 under par right now. And he shot a 65, Mike, yesterday. So he really has found his groove, to say the least. Yesterday's round in round 2, shot 72 on the first round Friday, but having a nice start to his round as he makes the turn here today.
Yeah, he's one of those many mini tour players that's in this crew here this weekend that played down in Blacksburg at that G Pro event.
We go to the second shot from the right rough for Luca Rinaldi here at the 8th.
Has some green to work with here over that bunker. You know, again, coming out of that rough, it's going to chase a little bit, but he should be able to chase this back there. The lie looked pretty decent.
Hole 8, first year they've played this as a par 4. Of course, they played it as a par 4 in the U.S. Mid-Am a year ago. Mike, you made a great point Friday when we were riding around. You said this might have been the easiest hole a year ago as a par 5, but totally different from a birdie hole to now a bogey hole this week here at the 8th.
Yeah, last year it played about a third of a stroke under par as a par 5, the easiest hole in the golf course. Currently now it's playing to a scoring average of 4.36 for the tournament, and the second hardest hole in relation to par over the weekend.
And of course, you get the multi-tiered green here on 8 as well.
Yeah, it's going to have like a side tier. It's not your typical front and back. It's a left and right. See a big bounce there. Just creeps over the edge. Really not that bad at all.
Not a bad shot at all, especially with the ball a little bit below his feet. Justin LaRue from the left rough. Interesting lie here, coming in from a different angle to this back pin location.
Was able to bomb it over that bunker. Coming off a little downslope now.
Almost identical spot, and that's going to trickle on a sprinkler head.
He'll get relief there, but very makeable from that spot. Not a bad place to be putting from. Again, you can see the difference of coming out of that rough and how big of a hop it took.
Larkin Gross prepares to play his third shot here at the 8th hole. So LaRue and Rinaldi just over the back side of this green here in the third and final round. We appreciate you tuning in from wherever you may be today on the Championship Golf Network, CGN. Just a few weeks ago, CGN was at the Women's State Open of Virginia at Farmington Country Club over in Charlottesville, Virginia. That was another incredible track. Bobby Goldstein made note of that earlier in our broadcast, with two tremendous courses for host sites to hold such historic events. And we mentioned the Senior Open, going to be right here at Independence Golf Club in September coming up. Folks, today's aerial footage brought to you by Estes. This Tom Fazio design, it has been incredible. We mentioned 12 state opens have been held here, a couple of women's opens.
You know, I've always loved the British Open because I love coffee golf. So it's a pleasure to be calling some coffee golf alongside you this morning.
Yeah, this final grouping went off 9:09.
Can we get a rules official? Looks like Justin may be calling over a rules official. Pretty simple ruling here, but I think players in today's age just err on the safe side. Let's bring a rules official over so we don't do anything. Kind of, if we go to Scott Shingler yesterday after the round, after we went off air, he was talking to the rules officials and assessed himself a two-stroke
penalty. Wow.
Taking an improper drop on the very first hole.
I tell you what, in Scott Shingler, that was a great round, especially knowing that you were going to have a two-stroke penalty coming off the first hole, and then to play the way he did the next 17 holes, I thought says a lot about his game and how polished he is.
Yeah, he had that hanging over his head for a while there, so unfortunate for Scott. But, you know, it's a game of honor, and he called it on himself. And I saw him briefly after the round, and he didn't seem upset, and it was just kind of matter of fact. So it looked like Larkin, while we were chatting there, came up a little short, maybe not his best pitch.
Here's Rinaldi. Dangerous chip shot here. What a good go at it.
Yeah, two nice pitches in a row, and he mentioned that's kind of his strength is his short game. His chipping and putting, he feels like is his strong suit. We heard from him after his great round two.
He's got his dad in the cart with him on the bag.
I love the dad and the actual caddy bib. You know, we get a lot of caddies out here this weekend, but he went full gear.
Oh yeah,
caddy bib, name on the back. That's commitment to the craft. I love that.
And Larkin Gross's father as well on the bag. It's an interesting final group.
All right.
Rinaldi just 17 years old.
So let's find our nearest point of release.
Rounds of 67 and 65. So let's get the ruling here on this.
Kind of go around. So now make sure you're not standing on it either. Yeah. So we'll get your nearest relief, and then you're going to get a club length.
Okay. So it's right here.
Well, so maybe come back a little bit. Now you can go this way. You can go to the left of the ball.
Okay. So I just do it right here.
Well, we have to find your nearest point.
Okay.
Okay. So if you come back over to here, to where this doesn't interfere.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right. So that's going to be the closest spot to where the ball lies right now. Now you get the club length, and you can go any direction. Just no closer to the hole.
That's good.
clean that if you want. That was in front of the tee, so let's go again. So it hit just in, so it's got to hit behind the tee. Yeah. All right, that's good. Thank you. Just make sure you're not standing on the sprinkler head. No, it should be there. Okay.
All right, so you see Justin LaRue getting relief of the sprinkler head here just behind the 8th green. Great job by our production crew. Great camera work this weekend as well, bringing you all these angles and natural sounds.
Yeah, he was able to get it to an angle, you know, with the club length. You try to use it to your advantage you can. You got it to an angle that is going to take some of the break out of this putt. He now has a little less fringe he has to putt through as well.
Full relief in putter from off the fringe. What a good go. It pays off for him.
Yeah, but again, we've seen this time and time again in the last 2 days. Guys putting from the fringe, they've almost all come up short.
He'll put a mark on that. Larkin Gross.
Lengthy par putt here.
Just burns the edges. Back-to-back bogeys for Larkin Gross.
He is human.
We mentioned, folks, Friday's first round, bogey-free on that 63. He shoots 64 yesterday with 2 bogeys. And he's had 2 bogeys on this front 9, which puts him back to even par through 8 holes in his 3rd round today. Here's LaRue to clean it up for par. Nice up and down from just over the back of the green. We'll go to Bobby Goldstein on 9 green. We'll go with a couple groups ahead.
Thanks, Kendall. Down here in the 9th green, just real quick, the last group that just finished off was Ross Vanderberg and Steve Serraro and Rob Kinder just teeing off right now, putting out right now, I should say. All these guys had great birdie attempts. They all made pars. There seems to be a battle here. The group, nothing but pars today, Kendall. Haven't seen a birdie in a long time. There's only been 1 birdie, 2 birdies the entire day. Everyone else hitting good shots. The wind has picked up a little bit down here, Kendall, 9th green. Anxious to see how the leading group deals with this wind. That's definitely picked up since we started covering on the 9th hole this morning, the featured hole at the 2025 State Virginia Open. It looks as though it's playing 184 yards. The pin is in the back left condition. Most of the players seem to be firing right at the pin. If they get a little aggressive line today, if it goes left, it does go significantly down into a big bowl left of the green, which I've only seen 1 par today down from that has missed left. It's a very tough chip shot. The wind has picked up, so it does help a little bit if the player's hitting it back into the hole. But we are definitely looking at a tight back pen position. Let's see how this leading group does here on this last hole on the front 9. Back to you, Kendall.
Yeah, thanks, Bobby. Back-to-back bogeys for Larkin Gross. You see him standing with his father there. He is even par through 8 holes. As Bobby mentioned, not a ton of birdie looks today and only 2 birdies on 9, and he's been on 9 all morning long. This hole is playing extremely tough. We talked about it yesterday, Mike, but the par 3s pose a challenge. And, of course, you throw in that only 2 par 5s on the entire golf course, this being changed from a par 71 a year ago to now a par 70. It's been a challenge.
Yeah, if you take even par all 3 days on the par 3s, that's a massive win because they play so challenging. Everyone's going to play these over par. Tough hole location here to get close to, but Luka just did it.
Great shot by Luca Rinaldi. And a clean look at birdie for the 17-year-old phenom. Justin LaRue made par after taking full relief from just over the back of the green on 8. Here's his tee shot on 9.
Looks like he lost it a little right. Just over the bunker.
In that fringe area, far right side. So something we haven't seen, back-to-back bogeys from Larkin Gross. Can he get it back on track here? Tournament leader at 13 under par right now.
Yeah, this is a big swing for Larkin here. Don't want to make 3 in a row. Let's be smart. Let's make a safe par.
Club twirl, he likes it. Great shot.
Yeah, there it is. Great leave. Take a sigh of relief there, you know.
Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Be sure to visit richmondva.com to plan your stay. And this 9th featured hole today has been a problem in the 3rd and final round. We'll take a quick break from Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia.
Starting route to the Richmond region.
Larkin Gross, Justin LaRue, and Luca Rinaldi, the final group, making their way up to the 9th green. Bobby Goldstein is standing by. Bobby, what do you got, bud?
Bobby G down here on the 9th green. Thanks, Kendall. What an exciting morning it is. Watching the last group in here, both Luca Rinaldi hit it really, really tight. Justin LaRue hit it far and short right. He's got at least 65 feet up the hill, back down the hill into the bowl, breaking pretty hard right to left. Bobby G down here on 9. Watching the finishing group here, now playoff. Last group made 3 pars. Thunderbolt, Serraro, and Kinder, Rob Kinder, all made 3 really good pars. This group, the leading group right now, Larkin Gross hit it 13 feet, just short of the hole. But Luca Rinaldi hit it really, really tight. And they've got both great 2 birdie opportunities. Justin LaRue was really, really short and right. He's got about a 65-foot putt that starts out uphill and then goes downhill to the bowl. And he's got a big right to left breaker, and he's about 2 feet off the green. He looks like he's putting it from off the green. Back to you, Kendall.
Pretty good speed for LaRue. What a great leave from 65 feet. Thanks, Bobby. And no kidding, coming back down the hill. LaRue's got to be pleased with that.
Yeah, great pace. Again, that rhythm, when you have consistent rhythm on your putting stroke, it's going to make distance control a lot easier on those long putts.
Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, and Bobby Goldstein here with you on CGN in the 3rd and final round of the State Open of Virginia here at Independence Golf Club. Larkin Gross coming off back-to-back bogeys at 7 and 8. He bogeyed the 9th yesterday before racking off 4 straight birdies, 10 through 13 to start his back 9 en route of a 6-under par 29 on the backside. And here he is for birdie here at hole 9. Just misses. He'll tap that in for his par here at 9.
Yeah, righted the ship there a little bit. 2 bogeys. Happy to make a 3. Kind of stop the bleeding a little bit, and we go to a good birdie chance on 10 now.
So Larkin closes out his front 9 with an even par 35. Luca Rinaldi has struggled on this front 9, +4 today. And a chance at birdie, he drains it. Good finish to the front 9 for the 17-year-old Luca Rinaldi, who gets back to 5 under par on the tournament.
Yeah, not many birdies today on 9, like Bobby said earlier. That's stealing one.
Justin LaRue, after that severely downhill putt from the fringe from 65 feet, has this left for par. Currently sitting in second at 7 under. Yeah, nice roll.
Good 2-putter.
So Justin LaRue only 6 shots back as our final pairing makes the turn here at Independence Golf Club. Folks, just a few weeks ago, we had the chance to broadcast the Women's State Open, but for the players who've walked the fairways here at Independence year after year, Independence isn't just a great golf course. It's a place full of memories, quiet details, and daily fee access with championship-level respect. It's where hospitality meets grit and where the State Open just feels right.
First golf course I came to play golf at, I can remember playing down at the par 3. And then played high school golf here, James River High School. So not only, the State Open, but, I've been here for a while, and so to win it here, it means a lot. It's pretty cool.
It's fun to go out to Independence, just kind of see a couple of the guys, and I think it just gives attention to detail. I mean, it's a daily fee golf course, but it is maintained like a private club. I mean, it's always in good shape. As a championship test, it's a pretty good golf course, a pretty tough golf course.
Independence Golf Club I'm biased because I've had success there, but I love it, and I think it's a great venue for the State Open.
And Gift does a wonderful job with hospitality, with just making everybody welcome. But it's a really good test.
A lot of fond memories of Independence, particularly around the State Open, and I'd love to get back and play it again.
Just 3 weeks ago, we were at Farmington Country Club over in Charlottesville, Virginia for the Women's Open of Virginia, where Kennedy Swedick won by 4 shots. Incredible play for her over the course of that week at a tough Farmington Country Club that is a true shot maker's golf course. She plays her college golf at UVA, a Virginia Cavalier, and just dominating the field on the final round. As you take a look back at some of those highlights that week, fairways and greens were the storyline for Kennedy Swedick, and some big putts down the stretch of her round as she was able to cap off the 2025 Women's State Open of Virginia. Another great golf course, Farmington Country Club, a place that has hosted many State Opens. And of course, CGN, we live streamed the final round. We were honored to be asked by the MAPGA and the VSGA with that. Sweetie, just an incoming sophomore, captured what is just the 3rd annual Women's Open of Virginia. Rounds of 68, 74, and of course the final round, 71. She finished it 3 over par, 213, securing a 4-shot victory in one of the strongest fields in the championship's history within its 3 years. And I'm sure that is an event that is going to gain more and more traction by folks around the state. But much like this right here, Mike, in the Men's State Open, a dominating performance by Kennedy Sweetic, and an incredible field that week with college golfers, some junior golfers, and of course club professionals from all over the state.
Yeah, it's awesome that we have this event now. We have a lot of great women in this state, and it's great to have them, again, the AMs and pros in the same field. We don't see that all that often, competing against each other and showing off their stuff. I wasn't able to catch this coverage live. I was traveling that day. I watched it after the fact, but it seemed like Kennedy just made every putt she needed to make that day.
And the amateurs, she represents for the amateurs, so the pros will try to answer next year at the Women's State Open of Virginia. We mentioned it. It's been interesting in the Men's State Open with the amateurs having a strong hold, and then the pros trying to gain that traction back. And you see Kennedy Sweetic posing with the hardware after her final round, 71, over at Farmington Country Club. We go to hole number 10, the tee shot for Justin LaRue, who had an excellent 2-putt on 9, just 6 shots back. He's 7 under par for the tournament.
Yeah, choosing the safe route here. Doesn't want to risk it. Just going to rely on his wedge game, taking hybrid off the tee. Tough hole location here today. You're going to actually want to play this one just past the flag. It's tucked on the very front right edge with a pretty big fall off, both short and right of this hole location.
Gross with a fairway wood as well in hand, and quick to pick up that tee. Yeah, 2 great shots there by LaRue.
Now we get a little bit of a wedge competition here on 10 fairway.
We've seen some players try to go at number 10, as it was 301 front edge this week. Folks, this segment is brought to you by Golf Pride. Golf Pride is the #1 grip in worldwide golf. Performance is in your hands with Golf Pride. So find your fit by checking out the grip finder at golfpride.com. They'll make their way down the 10th fairway here at the State Open of Virginia from Independence Golf Club in Midlothian. We'll be right back. Final round coverage will continue on the Championship Golf Network.
When your hands are consistent, your game can go anywhere. Align Max, our newest raised ridge technology, designed to keep you and your game locked in on every shot. Only from Golf Pride. Respect the grip.
We welcome you back to Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia for final round coverage of the State Open of Virginia, where Larkin Gross is the tournament leader. He's been steady. He had back-to-back bogeys at 7 and 8, but 13 under par. Fired an even par 35 on the front 9, a 6-shot lead with Justin LaRue currently in second. You take a look at that leaderboard as things start to move and shake here in the final round.
Important to control your spin on this shot. See his coming back a little bit. Stays. Yeah, well played.
Went with fairway wood off the tee and throws that one to about 15 feet. Another birdie look for Larkin Gross. Here's Luca Rinaldi from the middle of the fairway. Great shot for Rinaldi.
Yeah, smart play. Give himself a good look there. Just pass hole high. All right, now Justin's got to be thinking to stuff this. We've got 9 holes to play. We're 6 back.
Yeah, got to be aggressive here, right?
Yep. You know, Larkin's not making any more than 4 most likely here.
Spinning back, pin seeking is Justin LaRue here on the 10th.
Yeah, they had to look good in the air, right over the top of the flagstick.
Mark Lawrence sits at 5 under right now, a few groups ahead. Made a charge yesterday on moving day in round 2, and a chance to catch up with him after his round.
I have a better mindset. I wasn't in a great headspace playing yesterday. Just was very frustrated and kind of annoyed, and just needed to get that out of the system and just get back into the flow of things. I mean, I hit it a lot closer. I missed a lot of short birdie putts too. Today could have been a lot better than it was, but still, it's a good day. Just need to make them tomorrow. Same expectations every year is to play well. For the last 10 years, I feel like I've played well in the State Open. I've had 1 year where I haven't had a bad round, and I won. And then every other year, it's like I just can't help myself but to have one day where I don't play well, and I put myself in a hole. So I got to try to dig myself out of it tomorrow. It's hard to be so aggressive here just because you're not going to want to push, but like so many tee balls is just because if you hit in the rough, you're not getting it close to the hole. That's the biggest thing. It's like you got to be in the fairway. So obviously going to try to make as many birdies as I can, but in the smartest way I can.
Go back to the 10th green here in our final group with Larkin Gross at 13 under par with a look at birdie. Justin LaRue just threw it in there tight. And Mike, you mentioned when he had wedge in hand, he's got to be aggressive from here on out. Only 9 holes left to play, and he did just that.
Yeah, I mean, it's firing at every flag now. They have a chance to win at this and just try to get hot, you know. Larkin did it on the back 9 yesterday, so it can be done. These players know that. It's out there. Just got to execute.
Charlie Hansen finished at 6 under, firing at 67 after round 2 yesterday, but he's 3 under today. He's another name on this leaderboard to pay attention to. Hansen through 11 holes, just made birdie at 11. And of course, we just heard from Mark Lawrence, who shot 64 yesterday. He birdied the 10th hole and is currently on 11 right now, trying to climb the leaderboard. He's at 5 under, along with Cameron Moore, Ross Funderburk, and Luca Rinaldi, who trying to get back on track here, sits at 5 under, shot 3 over on the front 9. And here's Larkin Gross for birdie.
What a putt.
What a putt for Larkin Gross.
If you're Justin, you just got to be, God, is this guy ever going to quit? Come on.
Here's Rinaldi. He's for birdie as well. Great putt. Just over the front edge and in for Luca Rinaldi.
Great putt. A little cheering section back there. He's got to tip his cap, though. We got to get to doff the cap just slightly.
Here's a look at Larkin Gross, who moves back to 14 under. making birdie here at 10.
Yeah, it looked good the whole way. Has to match here for Justin.
And LaRue just misses his birdie opportunity.
You know, that's one of those where first in always wins, usually. Larkin was outside of Justin. Justin got a closer look, but Larkin gets it in and then puts the pressure on the challenger.
You hate to call that a must-make, but
It's close to it.
Larkin making that putt extends his lead to a 7-shot lead, only 8 holes left to play. As we go back to our aerial footage, and the final group moves to hole number 11 here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. And, of course, this hole today playing just 146. There is a fall-off behind the green, so you can't miss it long here, Mike, and it is guarded by some bunkers on that front part. This aerial footage brought to you by Estes, North America's largest privately owned freight carrier, proudly keeping business moving across Virginia and beyond.
Yeah, this whole location tucked front right today. False front short. It does kick off to the left, or excuse me, to the right if you miss it right and long. So got to be precise here with the wedge. You know, they moved it kind of back to the main tee today, but a front hole location. So playing 146, and distance control is paramount again on these wedges that they're most likely hitting maybe a 9-iron, but with their length, they're probably hitting a pitching wedge.
And we've seen just how dangerous Larkin Gross is with a wedge in his hand. We'll see how he plays this hole here today. Good mix of some longer par threes with some shorter par threes on this golf course.
Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility here. A bunch of different tee boxes on a lot of these holes that the committee is able to move things around, making sure guys are hitting different clubs into all these par threes. You don't want them all playing the same yardage. Let's test short, mid, and long irons.
The Larkin Gross is birdied number 11 in the first 2 rounds of play. And off to a great start to his back 9 with a birdie back on 10. Go back to yesterday, he had 4 straight birdies, 10 to 13, en route to that back 9, 29. Incredible performance, 6 birdies, no bogeys on his back 9 yesterday for a 64.
He's got to avoid those bunkers. He's got to avoid that false front. He's okay hitting this, 15 feet past the flag. Tons of green there behind this flag. Just cannot miss short.
Rinaldi will have the honors here on 11. His dad is caddy this weekend.
See the flags kind of whipping there in between their heads. It's starting to mess with these players a little bit into it on this hole. So if you stand it up a little bit, it can catch the wind and come up short. So you're trying to hit a little knock down there, keep it underneath the wind, take some of the spin off.
Oh, what a shot by Luca Rinaldi.
Very well controlled there.
No matter where you were looking.
Rinaldi jumped back into a tie for 3rd after making birdie at 10.
I'll just take a little bit more off of it. Okay.
Larkin Gross,
I think this is the right one.
who's birdied this 11th hole in his first 2 rounds on the tee here.
Another controlled golf swing.
Solid shot for Larkin Gross.
Yep, again, don't want to miss short there.
And right now he can just play safe, center of the green the rest of the way, right? 7-shot lead, 8 holes left to play.
Yeah, it's one of those. If you're in between clubs with a little wind, just take the more. Take the club that's going to go a little further, hit it to that back portion where you've got plenty of space back there.
Yeah, especially for him, you think about the putter. His speed's been incredible this week.
Justin made a club change here. We'll see if he got it right.
And LaRue didn't like it.
I think he tugged that a little bit.
Not quite sure. Back part of the green there, just pulled it. That could be a scary putt coming back for Justin LaRue.
Yeah, lucky to keep that on. Again, one of those pulls to come over the top a little bit. You pull it, it goes a lot further than you're hoping for. And lucky that didn't bounce over the green there.
Larkin Gross on cruise control, 14 under par for the tournament, and off to a great start on this back nine. Putts everyone on the dance floor in the final pairing on 11. We'll be right back from Independence Golf Club after these messages.
Handicaps?
Nah, I just play for fun.
Fun? You know what's fun? Playing anybody, anywhere. Yeah, even them. Unlocking your potential, then smashing it. That's fun. Gaining confidence, getting the bug.
Come on, get in the hole, get in the hole, get in the hole!
Yes! Fun? We're just getting started. Get with the game. Get a handicap index.
Since its inception in 1925, the Middle Atlantic PGA has emerged as one of the largest and most influential of the PGA of America's 41 sections.
Congratulations to the Middle Atlantic PGA on 100 years of making a profound impact on the game. It's where I grew up and learned to love the sport, and I'm proud to call the section my home. The Middle Atlantic PGA professionals are the section's heart and soul, who have worked tirelessly since its founding to make it a game everyone can love. A big salute to all of you on this milestone, and here's looking to another 100 years of greatness.
State Open of Virginia is an event jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA. And what a tournament field it has been this week in the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Justin LaRue has got a roller coaster ride of a putt.
Yeah, this one's probably going to break both ways on him. You're looking 50-plus feet here. Not what he was looking for to make a charge, but kind of rely on his good rhythm of that putting stroke. Dial in this distance control.
7-shot lead for Larkin Gross as you take a look at that final round leaderboard. Luca Rinaldi's starting to find his groove again, making birdie on the 10th. He's back to 6 under.
Back right at the hole.
Good speed for Justin LaRue.
Yeah, very nicely done.
Excellent touch. He'll have that to finish it out for par. Excellent 2-putt for Justin LaRue, who remains at 7 under par.
You see how worn his putter grip was there. That's a guy that practices a lot. But when it feels good in your hand, you don't want to change it.
Larkin Gross for birdie to try and get back to 15 under. He was 15 under par for the tournament after 6, and then make back-to-back bogeys at 7 and 8. Good touch for Gross, but he's going to come up short. Again, got to be careful. As we mentioned, coming back down the hill. Got a little bit of a look at LaRue's putt.
Another good look here for Luca. See if we get back to back.
That's what it seemed like to me.
Sorry, this is for 3 in a row. I forgot. This is for 3 in a row for Luca.
Yeah, Rinaldi's really starting to heat up here after struggling on the front 9. He shot 38. Bogeyed 2 of his first 3 holes. For birdie.
Should have also learned something here from those 2 previous putts.
Just misses, but he'll tap that in for his par.
I don't think there's any the grain's right back into us. I just think we hit it dead in the center. Okay. That line right
And Larkin can't take these for granted. You know, we saw Rob Kinder miss a unexpected short one on 17 last night. He's got to give these his full attention, even with the big lead.
Rob Kinder currently +1 today. He had a tough finish, double bogey. Gross to save par. Good putt. And Larkin Gross gets out of 11 with another par and remains at 14 under, your tournament leader. This segment is brought to you by the Sea Pines Resort. Welcome to the Sea Pines Resort, where legendary golf, world-class accommodations, and exceptional amenities come together on the iconic shores of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina.
Play here and match shots with the greatest in the game. Play here and discover a golf experience like no other. Three incredible courses, one unforgettable destination. Play the Sea Pines Resort.
Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Go to www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. Bobby Goldstein is on 14 green, which is another one of our featured holes sponsored by Richmond Region Tourism, and he's got more on 14.
Thanks, Mike. Kendall, you guys are knocking it out of the park up there. Bobby G down here back on 14 green. Just noticed that it's about 179. The wind is really kicked up here. It's an elevated green, and it's a uphill. There are 3 shots already on the green. This group, Vaughn McNeens, Joey Lane, and Tracy Veldham, are all have makeable birdie putts. One of them is just a little bit off, but it's definitely all uphill. And 3 good looks here for birdie on 14. Back to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bobby. Appreciate all your coverage on course with us today. Yeah, 14, interesting, Mike. It played 225 yesterday and down to in that 177, 179 range today. This has been a challenging par 3.
Yeah, it is. And this whole location is really difficult. Tucked over the bunker, there's this tiny little triangular little quadrant to this green here with a few ridges kind of surrounding it. It's not necessarily in a bowl, so to speak. but it does slope off in a few different directions. So distance control is paramount, and you don't want to miss right of this flag.
Vaughn McMeans just off the green. Just zips it right past the flag.
Yeah, landing on that downslope, coming off that bunker. You can see it's a pretty grainy area of the green as well. All kinds of different colors, shiny, dark. Just another thing to have to think about when you're lining up these putts.
Yeah, Joey Lane, Tracy Vallandigham. We saw Joey Lane quite a bit yesterday in round 2. He's next to play here on 14.
Not a bad putt there. This is going to be an important hole when the leaders come here in a little bit. You fire one in there with this semi-bowl, you know, you could have a two-shot swing. You know,
yeah.
Larkin hits a bad one, Justin fires right at it. You never know what could happen. Another one that I think Larkin would pay you right now, take a 3.
Yeah.
On this in a little bit.
Vallandigham with his putt.
Yeah, it's tough to get the golf ball this location here. He must have fired right at it. You won't see many putting from this angle.
Oh. Great roll. Just burns the edges. We're going to take it back to our final group where Luca Rinaldi is in the penalty area on number 12. Justin LaRue in the fairway, and of course Larkin Gross in the fairway as well. We feel like we've said that all week long. Larkin Gross automatic in the fairway, but interesting spot right here for Rinaldi in this penalty area. And I think they're going to bring in and get a ruling here. The rules official going to come in. Let's bring you Nat sounds of this situation.
You'd have to find, well, you'd find the point, and then that
Right.
point straight back from the pin, you might be able to get back on the flat tee box. See what you got.
We're doing. So, didn't cross. I mean, it crossed.
Where did you cross all the way back there?
Basically on the left edge of the tee box there.
Okay. Well, you've got all of your options as under the rule, so you can play it, do lateral relief, right cross, back on the line for me, for stroking distance. You can do it with your drop sign, which is in the fairway.
Where is it?
I'll show you.
It's at the end. But I, by the way, I've seen guys hit the green. Let me get a number.
You go back and look at, leave your ball here, go back and look at, drop one in and pick this one up.
Yeah,
That was a look back at Luca Rinaldi's tee shot and where it ended up. And now he's in the penalty area, and they had to bring in the rules official. And while that was going on, Larkin Gross looked like he threw one in tight.
Yeah. With a wedge,
Drastically different
possibly.
today. They had the tee box up the first 2 days. They've moved this about 80 yards back. It's playing over 440 today. There's a little sliver of a fairway on the front right. It's about 286 to kind of carry this, and you can see Luca's ball got caught up there right at the very end of it.
Just do it.
Rinaldi,
Got any other questions?
who birdied 9 and 10, just made par at 11.
Yeah, this is just a very demanding tee shot now. You'll see some guys bail out right to the right rough, even right trees because of the penalty here. They just caught Luca's ball. Playing as the second hardest hole today. Here was Larkin's approach while Luca was getting his ruling.
Yeah, great shot from Larkin Gross from the fairway here at number 12. And so Rinaldi facing some adversity here at 12. Hits it into the penalty area. Now he's going to go back to the drop zone here at 12.
Yeah, choosing the optional drop zone here. Must have felt that's a better angle, better yardage for what he was trying to do. This is a lengthy approach, especially compared to these guys hitting little flip wedges the last couple days.
Wow. Sit down a little bit, but what a great shot right on line for Luca Rinaldi out of the drop zone.
You see Larkin's ball there. Looks like it's 10, 12 feet short of a flag.
He may can salvage bogey here at this 12th hole, possibly. Interesting putt coming back. As Larkin Gross in tight with another look at birdie. And here is Justin LaRue. And a look at his second shot from the fairway.
Just 11, a little long left of the target.
So LaRue finds that back part of the green. That's where he's at right now. To look back at his second shot.
Take that back.
Luca Rinaldi with a chance, a long chance at par, but I think a two-putt from there, Mike, and a respectable bogey here at 12. He'd be happy with that after finding the penalty area off his tee shot.
Yeah, if he makes it, awesome. Sigh of relief. Just don't want to make any mistakes. Now Justin's got to be feeling some serious pressure here with Larkin in there close once again. But you never know. We kind of saw this scenario happen on 10. Larkin was further away and made the birdie putt. Justin ended up missing. Maybe he can flip the script here and get one fall, put a little pressure on Larkin, and he may miss his.
Here's Justin LaRue.
This putt always breaks more than people think.
We'll have that coming back up the hill to try and get out of here with a par.
Yeah, it's a confusing green. It's like it confused Justin a little bit there too.
Luca Rinaldi's got this for par. Lengthy putt. Again, found the penalty area off that tee shot. Here he is for 4.
Yeah, look at that snap.
And he's got a little bit of real estate left to try and get out of here with, I think, what would be a respectable bogey.
This would be another dagger to the rest of the field here from Larkin.
I tell you what, the rest of the field running out of time. I get the sense if Larkin can make this, as he put himself completely out of distance from the rest of the field for birdie. You betcha.
Catches the lip.
Side door, Larkin Gross does it again. And he's birdied 2 out of 3 to start the back 9 today. And Rinaldi escapes with a bogey 5 here at number 12. Larkin Gross, folks, 15 under par and continuing to roll through 12 holes in the final round of the State Open of Virginia. Justin LaRue to try and finish it out here at 12, and does. We'll take a look back. Larkin Gross and the putter red hot this week here in Midlothian, Virginia, and 15 under par for the tournament. Let's send it back to Bobby Goldstein, who's on hole 14.
Bobby G down here on 14 green. Just watch Charlie Hansen just miss another birdie opportunity. And we are also just finishing up 2 other pars here, but there was 3 really good birdie opportunities here at 14. From 179 yards today, we had Sam Beach, Charlie Hansen, and Josh Speed now just finishing up a little 2-footer for his par. And back to you.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, 14 going to be an interesting hole, as Mike mentioned earlier, to see when that final group gets to hole 14. Been a challenge the last couple of days. But Larkin Gross right now, it may be too little too late for the rest of the field, Mike. 15 under par, an 8-shot lead. Justin LaRue currently sits in second at 7 under, just running away from the field today.
More than doubled up everyone else. It's been a clinic. I mean, you get that one little hiccup there on 7 and 8, and quickly, what good players do, they right the ship pretty fast. And now it's birdied 2 of the last 3 holes, and going back to 12 there. It's the second hardest hole in the golf course today. You know, he hit his drive left, had to maneuver around those trees, hit a tremendous iron shot, and that's how you start to close out a golf tournament. Is hitting those big shots with the big moments on the tough holes.
Yeah, he had those 2 bogeys on 7 and 8, yet still finds himself 2 under on his round today. He's been a birdie-making machine this weekend. Today's aerial footage brought to you by Estes, proudly built on Virginia values, driven by trust, and committed to delivering freight solutions that go the extra mile. Take a look back at the hole by hole. This is a look at hole 13. Mike, what do you got on this one, and what's the challenge today?
Yeah, again, I think with Larkin's length, he's not short, but he's not one of the massive bombers. I saw him yesterday hit it beside that bunker in the neck that's only 15 yards wide. So I'm curious if he tries to even lay up short of it today, not bring that fairway bunker into play with the big lead, or he just says, you know, might as well just go for it. He's hitting a lot of fairways. He's feeling good. Let's just stick to the game plan he's had all weekend.
Larkin Gross just rolled in that birdie on 12. Has the honors here at 13 and our tournament leader at 15 under par.
And looks like he's got driver in hand. New shaft. He's feeling good. He can hit a 15-yard wide fairway.
We've seen him do it all weekend, that's for sure. And waiting on the fairway to clear out up ahead. Larkin Gross playing some really, really good golf one of the more prominent resumes out of all the players in the field this week. Of course, I think leading up that a lot of people knew he would probably be somewhere in contention on Sunday. I don't know if anybody thought 15 under, though, through, and still a lot of golf left to play.
Yeah, especially with getting rid of the par 5 this year, you figured the scoring relation to par, would have been a little bit lower than or higher than it was last year. But another pick up the tee before the ball hits his apex.
It finds the right side of the fairway just fine for Larkin Gross here on hole 13.
Now the rest of these professionals here, they're jockeying for position. They're still grinding all the way. Even guys that are, 4 or 5 under, they're trying to climb that leaderboard. It's a $65,000 purse for the professionals, $10,000 to the low pro. They're still grinding. There's still a lot to play for, and those exemptions that we talked about earlier. That was hammered over the bunker.
What a bomb by Justin LaRue. And sits up pretty right there on the left side of the fairway here at 13. Luca Rinaldi made bogey after hitting his tee shot on 12 into the penalty area. Here he is on 13. Good swing. It looked like he was trying to take it right over that bunker as well.
Nice aggressive lash.
It does. Yeah, great swing.
Charlie Hansen's making himself some money. 4 under today through 14.
We go back to 14. Here in just a, we'll keep it right here on this par 3 that's playing 177 today. You just mentioned Charlie Hansen, who's worked his way up the leaderboard. Bobby's got more on hole 14 now.
Green. We have 3 balls on the green. Not the easiest birdie attempts, but the way these guys have been rolling it today, I'm seeing a lot of close lip outs here on 14. Same as 9. Haven't seen a lot of birdies drop yet. Definitely the wind has picked up on this 179-yard shot. The wind is blowing from the right to left at about 12 miles an hour. All 3 are left of the pin, putting over, up, and then back down into a little valley there where the hole is sitting at a little bit of a side hill lie. Not terrible, but the green is definitely going to be fast. They've been rolling really quick today, but all 3 of these are 35 feet, and they still have good looks at birdies here on 14 green. As I said, it's playing 179 yards. The elevated green, it is obviously impacting the shots coming in with the wind. They're starting out, and the wind has definitely pushed all these 3 shots, all of them, the wind pushed it to the left of the hole. So now they'll be putting back up the hill and then down into a little bowl to try and find that hole for birdie here on 14. This is Mark Lawrence, Connor Burgess, and Cameron Moore. It looks like they're deciding who's going to go first. I think it might be Mark Lawrence going first. It looks like he's got the straightest of all 3 putts, just up the hill and then down into the bowl. Back to you guys.
Interesting putts here at 14 now. And of course our final group that we've been following all afternoon, Larkin Gross, slowly but surely approaching that highly anticipated par 3 14.
Yeah, challenging green complex here. You see PGA head professional Sean Patterson caddying. He's at Willow Oaks. He's caddying for Connor Burgess today. Interesting. I'm going to have to work those connections here. He was caddying for Joey Jordan the first 2 rounds of this event. Sean and Joey have a volatile relationship, so I want to know, I'm not sure who fired who there.
Oh, okay.
But Sean now on the bag for Connor in the final round.
Connor Burgess, 2023 champion of this event. Great pace.
Oh, great putt.
Nearly drops. Now, back in 23, here at Independence, when Connor Burgess won it, he shot 70, 67, 66 for a 3-day total of 203.
Yeah, Sean was actually helping Connor with his putting after the round, after the first round on Friday afternoon. He had a tiny grip adjustment that seemed to be helping out. The ball was really hugging the ground after they were doing that.
And how about 2 out of the 3 in this group are past champions? Mark Lawrence, of course, as an amateur back in 2020, won it at Ballyhack, where he shot 63, 68, 69. And Connor Burgess right here at Independence a couple of years ago.
Yeah, all 3 of these guys grinding on the mini tours. Connor and Cameron spend most of the time on the G Pro Tour, and Mark's had a hell of a run on the Korn Ferry Tour. Monday qualified into an event, finished high to keep kind of the momentum going, got into 4 events, and currently right now is inside the playoff number with points on the Korn Ferry Tour. So looking to keep that going to get in the Korn Ferry playoffs for next year. Up and over.
Good run at it for Mark Lawrence.
Yeah, 3 really good putts from this group here to that location.
I tell you what, and for folks that weren't tuned in yesterday, this par 3 played 225 all the way from the back tee box. Today playing a little bit shorter, but with that pin location, it is still a brutal par 3 as Lawrence taps that in to salvage par.
Three great 2 putts there.
Good display of putting here by this group. And well played here at the 14th. In the 2025 State Open of Virginia as we wind down the closing stretch of the final round coverage today, brought to you by Championship Golf Network. We're glad you're tuned in with us on CGN. And we'll go back to our final group. We're hitting their second shots on hole 13. And here's a look back at Larkin Gross and what he did on the first one out of the fairway was from Luca Rinaldi. Great shot in there. Wow, talk about dialing it up here at 13. Then Larkin Gross, a few yards ahead, sticks it just as tight. So 2 great looks at birdie for those 2 guys. And how about Justin LaRue, the long hitter of the group, with wedge in hand?
We make it 3.
Throws a dart in there. How about 3 good looks at birdie here, folks? And they're on 13 green. And here is Justin LaRue and his birdie putt. from about 15 feet. A good leave. So an easy par for Justin LaRue.
Larkin's getting ready to go on another back nine tear, it seems like. This is for 3 in the last 4 to start the back nine.
I tell you what, he really likes this back nine, does he not? 4 straight birdies yesterday in round 2, 10-13. Birdied 16 and 18 to shoot 29. 2 under through 3 and a chance to go to 16 under and 3 under through 4 on this back nine. Wow, just missed it.
He would have wanted that one, but it wasn't needed. Again, all he's looking for is low pressure situations coming down the stretch here. He's got a lot of strokes to play with.
That was interesting. In his interview earlier in our broadcast, he mentioned his second place finish at the Maryland State Open earlier this week. Said he ran into a buzzsaw. He was hoping to be the buzzsaw, and he has certainly lived up to that in this State Open of Virginia here this weekend. This segment is brought to you by the Sea Pines Resort. Welcome to the Sea Pines Resort, where legendary golf, world-class accommodations, and exceptional amenities come together on the iconic shores of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina.
Play here and match shots with the greatest in the game. Play here and discover a golf experience like no other. Three incredible courses, one unforgettable destination. Play the Sea Pines Resort.
Bobby Goldstein on the 14th green, one of the toughest par 3s on the golf course with more. Bobby, take it away.
Thanks, Kendall. I got 14 green here, featured hole on the back nine. Got 2 legitimate birdie putts. Actually, Rob Kinder is really close, but he's just off the green. He's deciding right now whether he's going to chip it or putt it. Steve Serraro was first to hit, and he hit it right on line, just about 15 feet short. He's got a straight putt, a little bit of a side angle coming in. Problem is he hits it up to a ledge, and then it comes down a little bit from his right to left. Rob Kinder is still figuring out whether he wants to putt or chip. Steve Serraro is the farthest away. He's in the back edge of the green. And again, as I said earlier, that wind is pushing the ball from the player's right to left. And I think his didn't really land too soft, and it just kind of rolled all the way back to the fringe. He's got about 65 feet, really, really hard putt. It starts out straight, and then it goes completely downhill after that into the little bowl there, and it breaks a little bit to his right to left. But this would be a great, great 2-putt if Steve could make it. Back to you.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, this is the 8:58 tee time. The next to final group. Severely downhill putt, as you can see right here coming up. This is
similar putt we just saw Connor Burgess hit
And come up short. Still wants to trickle down a little bit, huh?
Yeah, a little down slope, a little down drain. Got a couple extra feet out of that.
Interesting. This group here, Rob Kinder, who we saw yesterday go double bogey, bogey to finish. Ross Funderburk, who made a charge late on the backside, and of course, Steve Soreo in this group, who was really good yesterday. They pull the pin.
Yeah, he had visions of making that. Pretty simple chip from off the green, tried to be aggressive, took the flag out. Just gassed it by a little bit.
You like that decision to take the flag out right there, or would you have left it in?
No, I mean, I like it. You feel confident in it.
Yeah.
Hitting a chip more often than not, it's really going to just ricochet the ball out of the hole. But sometimes when you feel so confident and you pull the flag, you give it just that hair extra, like Rob did there, and it just got away from him just a smidge. Soreo, he can roll the rock.
Wow. Man. What a putt by Steve Soreo out of Willow Oaks Country Club.
He got word that I called him an old man on the broadcast yesterday. He was mildly offended, I believe, in the range this morning.
And so he knows when the cameras are on, he's got to try to one up you back, right? And Soreo, one of the top amateurs in the field. Wow, he improves to 3 under par on the tournament. He's +2 today. Go back to yesterday. He shot a 68 yesterday, 67 back in the first round. He was just steady all afternoon yesterday, 34-34.
And these amateurs in the field, they're playing for low amateur as well. You know, so there's a lot to play for here. We got low pro, low amateur, exemptions to next year, purse for the professionals.
Kinder didn't like that putt at all. He'll clean it up, but boy, Kinder's a guy that was in an interesting spot. We talked about that double bogey finish the last 2 holes yesterday, and it was interesting because he had birdied 16. You thought he was creeping up the leaderboard, and of course, just an unfortunate finish. But Kinder has certainly had a solid tournament, shooting 64 in the first round. Here's Ross Funderburk to finish things out here on the par 3 14th. Solid roll back to the cup. We'll keep it right here on 14 with our final group who have reached the 14th tee. This one playing 177 today. Big adjustment from yesterday as it was 225 on the back tee box yesterday. Larkin Gross, who is now 15 under par, 2 under on the day, and has birdied 2 of his first 4 holes on the backside as our tournament leader.
Yeah, again, the tournament committee, Ken Halber, Bob Hines, Josh Coates, do a great job setting this golf course up. They have a lot of help on their staff, both with the VSGA and the MAPGA.
Rinaldi.
Maybe tugged at a hair.
Staring this one down.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, just pulled it a hair, but just shy of flag high. And we've seen both Ross and Connor putt from there. There's not a ton of break to that putt.
A really good swing for Luca Rinaldi, who, as we mentioned, 6 under on the tournament, 67-65 his first 2 rounds.
currently in that spot to win low amateur.
Yeah, I like that one.
Gross on 14T. He's found the bunker here at 14. I don't know that we've seen Larkin Gross in a bunker all weekend.
I don't think so. And that's going to depend on the lie, going to depend if he's on the upslope on how difficult that shot is.
Here's Justin LaRue.
Another one that he pulled a little bit.
Found the front part of the green, but that's going to be a long birdie putt for Justin LaRue coming up.
Yeah, he's had a few of those. You can see him almost trying to hold off the finish, trying to hold off that club face from rotating over, and he just hit a few pulls.
We'll take a look at the aerial footage of hole 14, brought to you by Estes, which is North America's largest privately owned freight carrier, proudly keeping business moving across Virginia and beyond. And we mentioned this is one of those holes that the tournament committee has moved and shifted some of those tee boxes around. It was 225 yesterday to 177 today, but it poses a ton of trouble. You see the green side bunker there, just right of this green. Larkin Gross just found the bunker moments ago, and here's a look at his lie in the bunker.
So it's on a little upslope, which helps. He's got to carry it more.
But a longer bunker shot, yeah.
Yeah, if he had gotten to that upper portion of the bunker, it would have been a lot easier for him. He's going to have to carry this a little bit further than he would like. This is going to be delicate. He does have a little backstop behind there. You can see that ridge behind the hole location that he can use to help stop this ball.
Folks, live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Be sure to visit www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay today. Well, this is going to be an interesting bunker shot. I did not see Larkin Gross in the bunker in round 2 yesterday.
What do you think, Lord?
As you mentioned, he's got to carry this one on maybe a little further than he'd like.
Okay.
On that second part, that middle part of this green side bunker. With the backstop behind the pin, a little bit of green to work with. Here's Gross.
Good one. Good one.
Oh, great out.
Yeah, carried it just over the edge. Wow. Used the downslope to let it trundle down to the hole.
Couldn't have walked out there and placed it any better than that. From that situation, let's go to Bobby G, who's on 14.
Larkin was in the bunker, and I heard him and his caddy discuss whether he was going to use the 54 or the 60. He went with the 60-yard and hit it super soft. Had a good lie and a fair amount of green to work with, but it came out super soft using the 60-degree. Back to you.
Great stuff, Bobby. Yeah, appreciate it. I think that was the right play, the 60-degree out of the bunker.
Yeah, obviously it's going to come out higher and softer. He was probably thinking the 54 just because he had to carry it a little bit further and go over that other portion of the bunker. Also having that backstop there might have been a reason why he had initially thought of that 54 degree. It will come out a little lower and not spin quite as much.
What do you see on this putt right here from Justin LaRue?
Yeah, this is going to be up. This is a tough one. This is an independence one where you're up into the grain. and then it's going to be back down grain. So judging the speed can be tough. And pretty nicely done.
A nice lead by Justin Leroux. I'll tell you what, Justin Leroux has had some long birdie putts today. He finds himself in a tie for second at 7 under. He's 1 under on the day, but we've seen him make some excellent 2 putts from anywhere from 30, 40 feet away at times during this round today. Well, LaRue shot 71 and then followed it up with a 7 under 63 yesterday.
It's a good look here.
Rinaldi for birdie.
Trying to go back to back.
Wow. Talk about burning the edges. Tap in par for Luca Rinaldi here at the par 3 14th.
I have just received word from the golf course that Sean Patterson did get fired by Joey Jordan. So I want to update the viewers there on that.
So LaRue's got a little bit of work here on his par putt at the 14th. Confident stroke, excellent 2 putt. And can Larkin Gross make a sand save on this excellent bunker shot we just witnessed moments ago? Yes, sir.
Great up and down.
What a bunker shot for Larkin Gross. And pars 14 to remain at 15 under.
Yeah, we now go to 15th tee box. Committee has moved up to be drivable today. About 301, 302 yards to the flag.
If you're Larkin, just looking for the fairway, leave yourself flip wedge in, right? Play it safe. They'll make their way to the 15th tee here as we finish the latter portion of the final round. We talked about the opening stretch here at Independence Golf Club, the opening 3 holes. How about the closing 3 holes, 16, 17, and 18? Those closing 3 holes have all played within the top 7 most difficult holes on the course this week, with 18 playing the most difficult through the first 2 rounds. We had Mike and 4-time champion Jay Woodson break down some strategy when it comes to scoring on 16, 17, and 18 to close out the championship. Let's find out more.
The final stretch here, we're on the 16th hole, par 4. We got a nice par 4, par 5, par 4 finish. Pretty demanding tee shot here, 460 yards on 16. Bunker right. Talk me through this final stretch here.
Yeah, I think one of the more demanding tee balls at Independence, the fairway really pinches in, as you get to that bunker on the right side of the fairway. If you miss it a little too far left, it really drops off and really caroms down into the woods there.
That should work. We've made our way to 17. Long par 5, 655 from the back tees. The longest of the long are thinking about going for it, depending upon whether how firm the fairways are. Maybe more often than not, most guys are laying up.
Yep. Again, depending on the conditions, if things get firm, you can get some balls bounding down in the fairway, and you can try to chase something up around the green on your second shot. But most likely, a lot of guys will be laying up with a wedge for the third. I typically like to say, hey, I've got a gap wedge that's typically like 112, 115 yard club for me. I've got 105 yards. I'm going to make a 3/4 swing, but I'm going to be aggressive to that 105 yardage to really make sure I'm attacking and still accelerate through the shot.
Nice strike. Nice trash. Landed on the back and stopped where we hit. Stopped where we were looking. Mission accomplished. All right, Jay, we made our way to the 18th green. Explain these Bermuda greens. Kind of new for Richmond area. Most people still have bent.
Exactly. Yeah, we're kind of in they call it the transition zone. You know, in Virginia, you see a lot of, Bermuda fairways and rough and then bent greens.
Yep.
But it's with how well that the Bermuda greens are taking in this area, and they've done a great job here at Independence. But it's making it easier and easier to keep them all year round. Obviously, Bermuda goes dormant in the winter, and they sometimes have to cover them. But the greens here stay true all year round.
You and I have talked over the years. It's always seemed challenging to make putts here. There's a little bit of grain, subtle breaks, and we've both been kind of befuddled.
Yeah, I think, what the challenging part is, for the most part, there are some big tiers, so to speak, but for the most part, the greens are very flat, and there's some, like you said, very subtle breaks to them, and it sometimes becomes very difficult as you're looking at each putt. Is it breaking left or is it breaking right? And that obviously adds a lot of the question in the minds of some of the players playing. But I think, for me, typically putting on Bermuda greens, I think you just have to commit, and I think it's really important to hit the ball solidly.
Yep.
If you can get the ball hitting off the middle of the face and get the ball rolling true, you've got a really good opportunity to make putts because they're so true. We're roughly 20 feet. My goal is to just make sure I make a solid stroke and hit the ball in the middle of the face.
All right, $5 makes.
Oh, the door's open for you, buddy.
All right. Oh.
Like-minded players.
I learned nothing.
Thanks, buddy. That was fun.
A lot of fun.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Justin LaRue has hit his tee shot left. And, of course, or his second shot left. And Luca and Larkin Gross, wow, their tee shots, have come up just short of the green. And here's a look at the live for Justin LaRue.
Yeah, again, drivable. Trying to make something happen here. Pulls it left. Going to have an interesting shot here. Contact's going to be paramount with this lie. Both Luca and Larkin hit driver as well, just short of the green. And I like that play from Larkin, even with the big lead. It's actually more space when you hit it over that bunker. Now with the committee moving the tee up to make it a 300-yard hole, the fairway's a lot wider past the bunker, which he can easily clear. He's been hitting his driver well. So, you know, even though he's got a huge lead, I think it's probably actually the safer play for him was to hit driver. Now he's got a simple little pitch. And Justin's going to have to survey this one pretty good here.
It was 301 to the flag and 250 to carry the bunker today from the tee box that this third and final round is playing from. And Justin LaRue in an interesting spot here as he makes his way up to his ball here. His tee shot way left. He's 1 under on the day, 7 under on the tournament. Charlie Hansen, Mark Lawrence, and Justin LaRue, all three tied at 7 under. Excuse me, Charlie Hansen has just now moved to 8 under par. So another birdie for Hansen. It's still a commanding 7-shot lead. With Hansen currently 3 under par on the back, he's got 2 holes left to play. Well, tee shot left, Mike, for LaRue, but he's got a clear angle.
Yeah, clear angle. It's all going to be about that lie in the contact here. If it was sitting perfect, this is not a hard shot for Justin. But, you know, you got some scruff there behind it. Pine straw, pine cone. Just you saw him a moment ago slowly trying to move some loose impediments. That's to not move the golf ball. Might have a funny stance here on some roots. Got plenty of green to work with this back right hole location.
Clean strike out of the brush for LaRue. Hey, good shot out of there.
Yeah.
Well, LaRue will have a birdie putt after all of that, and Larkin Gross and Luca Rinaldi, their tee shots just short of this green.
Again, a lot of green to work with. Sometimes these shots can be hard to judge. Nice shot there from Larkin.
Yeah, good touch for Larkin Gross, who'll try to make another birdie.
Lucas angles a little bit different here. Maybe a little bit more over the corner of the bunker. Comes up a little short. It's hard to get all the way back there, and it's pretty slow at this whole location. So you think these final group would have some closer looks than they actually do. I think part of that is just that whole location. A lot slower up to the back of the green there.
Here comes Justin LaRue for birdie. It is tee shot left in the woods. Now he's on the putting surface here. He's got a look. Currently 7 under par. Kind of been a tough, grinded out 1 under par through 14 holes for LaRue today. He's had put himself in some strange positions, but finds a way.
Yeah.
And how about a birdie here? Wow.
Great putt.
From out of the tree line, buries the birdie putt on the short par 4, 15th. It moves to 8 under par. Rinaldi's putt tracking.
Just pulled it a hair.
Good run at it for Luca Rinaldi, who is +2 today. He'll tap that in for par. Now Larkin Gross, rounds of 63, 64, Friday and Saturday. 2 under today, and another look at birdie. Just misses. Tap in par for Gross, no damage done, and still a 7-shot lead with 3 holes left to play in our featured group.
Yeah, he looked a little frustrated there, but easy pars. I know he's probably trying to still birdie every hole he can. Run up the score, as they say. He could play these last 3 barefoot and be fine if he wanted to.
And Larkin Gross, he's been solid today, and really the only blemish on the scorecard has been back-to-back bogeys at 7 and 8, really the entire weekend. Friday was a bogey-free 63. Yesterday he bogeyed number 2 and bogeyed number 9. Cashed in for a 64. Here's a look at Justin LaRue making birdie. His second shot from over in the brush knocks it center of the green, and then a long putt for birdie. He's able to bury it here to move to 8 under par. So a birdie from out of the trees for LaRue, Mike, and we've seen some excellent 2 putts from him today. We mentioned it from 30-plus feet at times, where it really feels like that 2 under par in today's round feels like it's a lot worse than it is. He's having a great round with some of the situations he's been in.
Yeah, he's putted really well today. I think it's more just his iron plays let him down a little bit. You know, when he feels like the putting is his best part of the game, he just wants to give himself a chance on the greens.
Rinaldi on the tee at 16 finds the fairway. Gross
watching it a little bit longer than usual.
Little antsy after making contact.
And it's in the middle of the fairway.
Wow. Looked like he was looking towards the tree line over there, and instead, middle of the fairway. Here's aerial footage of hole 16 or 17 today, excuse me. We talked about those closing 3 holes. Again, it's brought to you by Estes, proudly built on Virginia values, driven by trust and committed to delivering freight solutions that go the extra mile. Tough finishing stretch, tough opening stretch, but tough finishing stretch, as we showed you just a few moments ago. We'll take a break at the State Open of Virginia. Be right back with final round coverage of our final group. Larkin Gross, 15 under par on cruise control. Luca Rinaldi in the middle of the fairway here as part of our final group. I tell you what, Luca Rinaldi, 67, 65. We told you his story with firing a 67 and becoming severely dehydrated after Friday's round. Was in the emergency room until after midnight Friday night. Talked about how he got little sleep, but then fired a 65 yesterday. Finds himself in the final group today and +2.
Yeah, this is a nice learning experience for Luca. You know, he's going to take a lot from this round, from this experience this weekend, as he goes on in more junior golf and collegiate golf, playing with some guys that have done it for a while and have won some big events in their years.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Think about the history of this event we've touched on, and to play with the players that he's gotten to play with, especially going up against a guy like Larkin Gross in this final group in front of a big stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is an event that Sam Snead has won.
Wow.
And it actually counts towards one of his 82 career PGA Tour wins, which he's now tied with Tiger Woods in that stat. But the Virginia State Open was counting for him in that count there. So a lot of history here.
Rinaldi's second shot. Oh, he caught it heavy.
Yeah, pretty heavy there. This is a hard hole location. Tucked only 5 paces off the left edge. Larkin's probably looking right at the cameraman to the right of the flag. Club twirl.
He likes it, rightfully so. On the green for birdie again is Larkin Gross.
Beautiful drive. Beautiful second.
And Justin LaRue has absolutely bombed some tee shots today. This one no different. His second shot on 16 after just making birdie back on 15 from out of the woods. He's going to change clubs here.
Flag's not moving.
Yes, great shot.
Safe play, pin high, good distance control.
And that's not really a pin you can go at. So 20 feet, center of the green, and a birdie putt for Justin LaRue. Let's go back to Bobby Goldstein.
It's Bobby and Beck on the 18th green. I'm just watching 3 really tough birdie attempts. Looks like they're all going to make par. On the 18th green, just watching the Vaughn, McNeens, Joey Lane, and Trace Valham group. 3 approach shots, none of them within 20 feet. And they all are scrambling for par right now. And I think they all made pars just here. A lot of handshakes and smiles going around. This 18th hole today is playing a little tricky because the pin is up left front, and there's a wind that keeps changing here on 18. Joey Lane's shot was almost off the back of the green, and Vaughn McLean's was almost in the front. I mean, complete opposite shots. I think the wind affected both of those shots, believe it or not, because of the twirling of the wind. It's a very delicate, tricky drive to cover the water, which they all seem to do. But then, there's plenty of fairway up there, but then there's a fair amount of rough. So the 18th fairway is a little tricky to hit. And then there's an elevated green coming in. And because it's so front, Kendall and Mike. They really have to land it perfectly on, just on the front edge if they want to stop it. Usually it's about 146 coming in. I'll be anxious to see how this next group approaches it. Back to you guys in 16.
Thanks, Bobby. Luca Rinaldi in the bunker here on 16. Not a ton of green to work with.
Very little green to work with.
Try. I got it.
Yeah, not too bad. I mean, that's one that's really hard to cozy up next to it. And that's a smart play. Don't get too cute with it. Give yourself a decent look at the par.
Thank you.
Larkin Gross and his father on the bag this week.
The 16th hole is playing the third hardest hole for the tournament. Third of a stroke over par on the week.
And we talked about this closing stretch. (16, 17, and 18) here at Independence Golf Club. Gross for birdie and to get to 16 under. Are you kidding me? Larkin Gross again.
In fuego. I don't know how much he spent on that putter from Australia, but it's worth it.
I don't think he'll ever change after the performance on the greens we have seen this week. Wow. Here's Justin LaRue.
Another putt with great distance control.
Tell you what, Justin LaRue had great speed on those long putts all day today. And he taps that one in. We come back to you. Luca Rinaldi just hold that putt right here on 16. Excellent make from about 12 feet. Mike, as he makes birdie, or excuse me, saves par, I should say, out of the bunker. But what a putt. We'll take a second look at the birdie from Larkin Gross, breaking right to left. He has made everything all weekend long, and this no different. Just drops it on 16, 2 holes left to play, and Larkin Gross has completely run away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, pretty impressive stuff from Larkin today. Just never really gave anyone a chance. We've seen some leads in this tournament over the years evaporate pretty quick. Larkin just wasn't going to let it happen. Kind of seemed like a man on a mission this week.
16 under par for the tournament, 3 under through 16 holes today. Here's some aerial footage of hole 17. What stands out to you about these closing, finishing holes here at Independence Golf Club?
They're long. All 3 of them are very long. This is even a par 5, which usually we'll see as one of the easier holes on a golf course. It's 625. It's playing the 9th hardest hole for this tournament. Again, too soft for many guys to get there. Justin LaRue did get it greenside yesterday. So he He moved a couple pretty far yesterday, driver in the 3-wood, and got it up there.
Of course, some OB comes into play right, too, on this hole.
OB right. It's an awkward tee shot because you can't really see where you're going all that much. It almost aims you down the right. And players can overcorrect sometimes and hit it left, kind of along that left tree line. And you just see on the left side of your screen there. But if you hit it in the fairway, it makes the layup real easy. Pretty generous layup area. And then it's about hitting a wedge close.
And Larkin Gross, as we mentioned, moves to 16 under par. Charlie Hansen in second is 9 under par. So 2 holes to play, a commanding 7-shot lead for Gross. Here's his tee shot on 17. Likes it a lot.
We could just put that on loop. Picking the tee up immediately. Yeah, Charlie Hansen with a great round of golf. 600 today. 4-runner on the back 9. Jumped up 7 spots on the leaderboard. Solo second right now.
Justin LaRue with driver.
I want to see him get there.
Longest hitter in this featured group unleashes on one here. And just in the right rough.
Oh, there goes that.
Yeah.
He's going to have to lay up now.
And now Luca Rinaldi, the 17-year-old, who just saved par out of the bunker back on 16. This one heading right.
Hopefully they didn't clip any of those trees and it's just in the right rough.
We'll go back to Bobby Goldstein, who is up ahead on hole 18 as some closing groups finish up.
Thanks, guys. I'm on 18. Charlie Hansen just had a really, really tough 45-foot chip. He was going to putt it. He was holding his putter at the last second. He chose like an 8 or a 9 iron and did a bump and run, and he hit a phenomenal shot, just 2 feet short of the cup. And the other, right now, Josh Spite is putting for birdie, and he's about 20 feet from the cup, just above the hole. It's online. It looks really good. Will it turn? No, just left it a little to the left. Broke down right to left. And now we have Sam Beach also putting for birdie. He's about 3 feet inside of where Josh was. He got a great look at that putt to see how it breaks. This one is going to definitely be close, if not in. Now Sam for his birdie attempt. It is right there. It is. Oh, he just burned the edge. Good try for birdie. Back to you guys at 17.
Luca Rinaldi hit his tee shot right. OB does come into play, but he's just left of the cart path.
I think you're going to hit it.
And trying to see if he can get relief.
Show us the shot you think you're going to do, and we'll go from there.
We'll listen to Nat Sounds.
250, 249, 250.
250?
Don't line up with the ball.
I'm always doing autographs.
And you don't consider that a movable obstruction?
Have a good enough lie to do it. I'm trying to get in that. Right, that bowl that we talked about.
Where's your line? Oops, sorry.
Not trying to kill twice.
Where's your line and the line?
I have all the fairway, all the way over to the right side.
Yeah. Okay. It's not a cut line.
All over a little more, but come in.
Got it.
Luca Rinaldi first was trying to see if he could get relief away from that stake, and now with a wood in his hand.
Trying to chase it up there as far as he can.
Yep.
You could hear him talking to his dad, his caddy, on what yardage,
what
club they wanted to do to kind of get where he needed to lay up in that.
Now, you heard him mention 250, and I think that was, Mike, to get to that comfortable yardage he was wanting for his third shot.
Yeah.
Larkin Gross from the fairway on his second shot here at 17.
Yeah, and again, you see long hole. I mean, he's using a fairway wood just to lay up. Again, now Larkin's going to leave himself probably in that 90-yard range for his third.
Justin LaRue, big bomber of the group. Way up ahead in the rough. Mike, you made a great point. He got it pin high yesterday. That is a absolute bomb off the tee in second shot. Of course, the rough slowed him down a little bit here, probably trying to lay up to a comfortable yardage.
Yeah, no shot to go for out of the rough. You know, drive doesn't go as far because it hits and stops, and just no chance. So smart play, take the iron, lay up, see if you can make birdie the conventional way.
And really no blemish at all to Larkin Gross's game this entire back nine. When you thought things might go south when he bogeyed 7 and 8, he's turned up the heat here on the back nine once again. Has played this back nine exceptionally well this week, shooting 29, as we mentioned, on the back nine yesterday, 32 on the back nine back in his first round, and currently 3 under today, and at a comfortable yardage for his third shot in on this long par 5 17th.
Yeah, hasn't made a bogey in the back nine this week. He's enjoyed this 9 holes very much to build this lead.
And currently at 16 under par. How about Charlie Hansen today? Up 7 spots in second place at 9 under par. After shooting 67 yesterday, Mike put himself in contention today in 6 under par round.
Yeah, Charlie's been feeling good. He's had some good results on the G Pro Tour. His worst finish was probably to me at the Foundry a couple months ago. I got in his pocket, took a little money off him. But Connor, a great round of golf today. You can see this leaderboard is full of the mini tour players, the guys that are grinding out here all day, every day. You know, this is what they do for a living. They're trying to make it on tour, and you can see the cream kind of rising to the top here.
Rinaldi on his third shot. Oh, great shot. Sticks it to about 10 feet. He'll have that for birdie here at the 17th.
That's a perfect leave. That's almost straight up the gut there.
Larkin Gross, comfortable yardage on his approach shot here to 17.
Haven't seen that much. One-handed finish from him. Terrible, 30 feet.
Yeah, you think he's going to miss the green by 30 yards with that reaction, but instead he's still on the dance floor for a chance at birdie here at 17. A long putt for Gross, but 16 under par, as we mentioned, just completely ran away from the rest of the field today. Now Justin LaRue getting set to play his third here at 17.
Yeah, Justin looking to go birdie here. See if he can get solo second. Just lost it a hair right. That is makeable. He'll probably chip that, but that is makeable.
And just off the green is LaRue here at 17 at Independence Golf Club here in the 2025 State Open of Virginia. What a beautiful golf course, a beautiful club here in Northern Virginia. And you take a look here at some of the scenery from this week. Glad to bring you the sights and sounds of this 2025 State Open of Virginia. Of course, as we mentioned, they have hosted for the last 4 years here at this club, Mike. It's a great place to host a State Open. I think we'll see future events. We know the Senior Open is going to be here come September. I know a lot of folks at the VSGA excited about that event coming up as well.
Yeah, it has everything you're kind of looking for in a host venue. Great amenities, great facilities. It's big, it's large, it can handle crowds, and there's a big driving range, a lot of parking. Some of the infrastructure that you don't really think about that's needed to host an event like this, Independence has.
And big crowds on display this week, all week long. And of course, we had the thunderstorms that were threatening yesterday afternoon. Some people may have thought, I don't know if I want to get out there and get rained on. It did hold off until Larkin Gross, the final group yesterday afternoon, finished, and then a downpour came here at Independence Golf Club. Today it's been sunny skies, extremely warm temperatures here in late July in Northern Virginia. LaRue with putter off the green.
Should snap now. Come on. Good putt.
A good leave for Justin LaRue.
This one's going to be a little slow back up the hill.
Gross with the long birdie putt here. Leaves it just a little bit short. You're going to put a spot on that one and take a look. A little bit of work left for his par here at 17.
And Luca's currently got a 2-shot lead on the low amateur competition. So this would be a big one here. Give him some breathing room coming down 18.
Great roll by Rinaldi. So after hitting his tee shot right, makes a birdie here on 17.
Yeah, played smart, executed that second shot.
How about that confident stroke here down the stretch of the round?
Those feel nice. You read it perfectly. You hit a solid putt, hugs the line, center cut.
Gross to clean it up for par. Confident stroke there, and he does. One hole left to play. And Larkin Gross just continues to impress. 3 under par on his round today. Nice roll for Justin LaRue from just off the green. We'll take a look at aerial footage of hole 18. That aerial footage brought to you by Estes, North America's largest privately owned freight carrier, proudly keeping business moving across Virginia and beyond. Tough finishing hole here, Mike. And of course, Larkin Gross, dominating performance today at 16 under, but has it all pretty much wrapped up here. But this has been one of the more challenging holes all week long for players here. And you heard about the wind. Bobby told us the wind changing directions multiple times on 18 already today.
Yeah, it's the hardest hole in the golf tournament for the whole weekend. It can swirl a lot. It's a very exposed green, and that wind can swirl up there on an uphill shot.
Let's get more in depth on hole 18. Bobby Goldstein is on 18 right now.
It's Bobby on 18 green. This second to last group, there is not a single ball yet on the green. The wind has picked up and it's blowing downhill, but still 2 players have already hit their approach shot, so there is yet to be a ball on the green. Looks like the last player in this group is Rob Kinder. He seems to be hitting now, and it looks like he's got like an 8-iron or 9-iron in his bag, out of his bag, excuse me, in his hands. The wind is picking up to at least 20 miles an hour now, and it's blowing right at the player's back. This shot looks like it's right on line. It looks really good, and it stuck pretty good, but good distance. He's about 25 feet above the hole, putting for birdie. As they approach the 18th green, back to you guys.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, great shot in there from Rob Kinder on his approach shot. We go back to 18T with Larkin Gross, who...
Yeah, it helps that this hole is downwind. It's 470 from back here, converted former 11th, back of the 11th tee box, now the back tee on 18. Pretty generous fairway. Still need a solid strike because it's all uphill and it's long, but being downwind does help today. Just send it.
And that he does. Staring it down, though, for a moment.
Yeah, lost it a little right. That rough can be thick down there.
Luca Rinaldi next to play here on 18T. Good swing for Rinaldi, who, as Mike just mentioned, the low amateur in the field right now.
Yep, we got a 3-shot lead on low amateur coming up 18 here.
Boy, what an exciting future Rinaldi has in his golf career coming. Only 17 years old. Here's LaRue.
Justin looking for birdie to tie Charlie Hansen, who's in the house at 9 under. And, you know, for these mini tour guys, it's not a glamorous lifestyle.
Yeah.
So, you know, a couple $100 more will help.
Yeah,
It's
no doubt.
help the travel expenses, the lodging. It's a grind for these guys. So every little dollar is going to help.
Hey, Justin LaRue played his college golf at Longwood out of the Big South Conference Division I over in Farmville, Virginia. With a nice tee shot here on 18.
Looks like Connor Burgess got in. Birdied in the last 4 holes to get to 9 under.
And Burgess finishes up with a 65. Charlie Hansen, who Mike just mentioned, with a 64 here in round 3. Got 3 shots better every day. Even par 70 on round 1, then 67. Follows it up with a 64 today. Seen a couple of 63s from players, including Larkin Gross, back on Friday. Sorreo from just in front of the green with a nice shot.
Yeah, good bunker shot there. Pretty well below the surface.
This is the second to last group with Steve Sorreo, Ross Funderburk, and Rob Kinder.
He's going to come down a little ledge here.
This is Funderburk here. Backside of the green on 18.
Man, surprised how slow that was coming down. I thought that would be a little faster coming down that ridge.
He had the line just right. Comes up about a foot short. And Funderburk will finish out here on 18. And taps that in for, I believe, a 1 under par 69 today. Solid finish for Ross Funderburk.
6 under for the tournament.
Here's Rob Kinder. Slippery little putt here coming.
Yeah, Rob missed the green short right.
Knocks it in to save par.
Great par save.
Finishes out with an excellent up and down. And Kinder, a little bit of struggles today. Finishes at +3 today, shooting 73. Had a 64 on Friday's round. And great roll there by Sorreo to get up and down from short of the green. He had an excellent tournament as well. Sorreo makes that putt for a 1 over 71 and finishes 4 under par for the tournament. Currently inside the top 10. And Sorreo, what a great week of golf for Steve Sorreo as well.
Yeah, top 10 was one of his goals, and coming into the week, and he achieved it.
Right rough, Larkin Gross here on 18.
Looks like a juicy lie. Ooh, very. Looks like he's still good 50 yards short of the green in the rough. Hopefully you can see a lot of the golf ball, but yeah, that ball was sitting down for his second shot.
Rinaldi from the middle of the fairway. Bunker for Luca Rinaldi. Justin LaRue. Long drive of the 3 here on 18. Found the right side of this fairway.
Yeah, he's probably looking to turn this over slightly. Start at the middle of the green, turn it over. Should help kind of feed down towards this whole location. I always want to finish strong with a nice good golf swing here.
Yeah, Justin LaRue, mini tour player, as Mike mentioned, from the Foundry Golf Club. Eyeing this one down.
A little bit, yeah, center of the green.
Good shot. A birdie here for LaRue would put him in a 3-way tie at 9 under par. In a tie for second. Currently sitting in 4th at 8 under. We had Charlie Hansen and Connor Burgess each at 9 under par. Great rounds today. Here's the 3rd shot upcoming for Larkin Gross. He's going to walk and take a look at this here. Just as you mentioned, that second shot sitting down in that deep rough.
Yeah, luckily on this shot here, he's got a lot of green to work with. Probably try to land it right where he's walking right now and let it chase on back.
Great crowd, great gallery to watch the final group finish up here.
The other thing that helps this shot is the 7-stroke lead he currently has.
Yeah, no doubt.
He could use putter from here and still get it done. But you always want to finish strong. He wants to get this up and down. You don't want to finish with a bogey.
Good crowd on hand all weekend long in the gallery to watch this final group close things out here on the 18th at Independence Golf Club. Course that just opened back in 01. 3rd shot from the rough for Gross. Oh, great.
Yeah, well
shot,
judged.
well played by Larkin Gross. He'll have that to try and save par and officially close things out in this 2025 State Open of Virginia. Let's take a second look. 3rd shot out of the rough for Gross.
Yeah, it was nice. You could see all the golf ball. See, look at the club on the back of the ball. Pretty easy there.
Now we'll go greenside bunker, Luca Rinaldi.
I got the bunker for you.
Some of those bunker shots are tough when you have that much green to work with. You're just not used to, really hitting those big, long, chunking runs.
Yep.
It can be hard to get it all the way back there.
We mentioned last 4 years, State Open's been held here at Independence Golf Club. No one has broken 200 on a 3-day total on this course. Larkin Gross has that in the bag. If he can make his par putt, would shoot 67 today for a 3-day total of 194. Justin LaRue is away. He'll putt first. And we'll go back to Bobby Goldstein here on 18 green.
It's Bobby on 18 watching Larkin Gross get ready for his par putt. Even though he's got a huge lead, I know he's such a super competitor. He really wants to make it. Don't know what happened on his approach shot, but he's got about a 10-foot straight as an arrow putt, a little bit downhill. I think he's going to close out in fashion and walk this one in. Back to you guys.
I certainly wouldn't doubt it, Bobby. We've seen him run putts in all weekend long. And here is Luca Rinaldi. Had a commanding lead as the low amateur gives it a good go here on 18. What an excellent showing, Mike, for Rinaldi.
Yeah, you got to take a lot from this weekend.
Yeah.
Fought some adversity.
How bright is this kid's future, too? Wow.
Hung in there with the big guys. Yeah, a lot to learn from, a lot to take, a lot of positives.
Larkin Gross. Rounds of 63, 64 the first 2 days. This for par and a 67. You betcha. Your 2025 State Open of Virginia champion. And a 3-day total of 194 cashes in. 16 under par for Larkin Gross.
That was fitting. How fitting was that? Just make another one while you're at it.
Bobby Goldstein called it. I think he's going to walk this one in. How about the hugs from his father, who's been on the bag all weekend long? What a week of golf. We talk about the second place finish at the Maryland State Open earlier this week, and he says, I want to be the buzzsaw entering this weekend. No blemish at all.
Yeah, I did what he said. Only one person has beaten him this week. That's pretty good.
Congratulations to Larkin Gross out of Westwood Country Club. Your 2025 State Open of Virginia champion. Lowest 3-day total when we look back over the course of the last 4 years of this tournament being hosted here at Independence Golf Club.
Yeah, tremendous performance. I mean, blew away the field. He was, like you were right, he was that buzzsaw. And this is one he has circled on his calendar every year. And to get it done is a good feeling. He's off to a hell of a start this year. You know, played well at the National PGA Professional Championship, made it to Quail Hollow, comes in second at the Maryland Open, wins here. I'm sure he's got a few more circled on the calendar the rest of the year. But, you know, we talked about the money being important for the mini tour guys. It's important for him too. He's a club professional.
Yeah.
You know, and so that's big. I'm sure he's got a lot of support back home at Westwood Country Club. A lot of members hopefully tuning in and watching. And yeah, just a special performance from a great player.
It's a guy that has played and qualified in multiple PGA championships, has played at the highest of stages, and was on a big stage today in the State Open. And gets it done, just runs away from the rest of the tournament field. What a 3-day performance for Larkin Gross. One of the best back nines I've seen in a long time, a 29 yesterday. with 6 birdies and 3 pars. And today, the bogey at 7 and 8, and then just able to flip the script and put it in a whole nother gear. I think that is one thing that stood out to me about Larkin's game over the weekend, Mike, is just the ability to flip the script. Just when you think things might go south for a lot of players, he doesn't hesitate.
Yeah, he never seemed rattled. Again, there wasn't many bad swings, but even when he did have a couple, he righted the ship pretty fast. Finishes at 16 under, 12 under on the back nine this week. That's some golf right there.
For Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, Bobby Goldstein, who's been on course with us all weekend long. We appreciate you tuning in on Championship Golf Network's multi-round coverage of this year's State Open of Virginia, rounds 2 and 3, and they delivered. Larkin Gross, 16 under par, is your champion this year. As we take a look at the final leaderboard here of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. How about Charlie Hansen firing a 64 today to put himself in a tie for second with Connor Burgess, who shot 65 at 9 under par. Got hot late yesterday. Justin LaRue, 68 today. He finishes in 4th. Of course, Mark Lawrence, a 67. And the low amateur, Luca Rinaldi, at 17 years old, shot 72 today after 67 and 65 rounds on Friday and Saturday. Well, folks, to win the State Open of Virginia is to stand among the best, pros and amateurs alike. And for these 3 players, it remains the ultimate test, the greatest validation, and a lasting highlight on their golfing resumes.
It's the biggest tournament in the state. So if a local pro wins it, or somebody comes in off the tour like I did, or an amateur wins it like Evan Beck won it a couple years ago and stuff, it's just the number one tournament. I mean, you're actually the number one golfer in the state of Virginia if you win this tournament.
I viewed it as winner is the best player in Virginia that year. It's a stroke play tournament. First time I won it was 4 rounds. Everyone's kind of has been playing and building up to it, and everyone seems to be, at least I viewed it as, in peak form. So you're playing against the best players in the state at their best.
To this date, it's the biggest golf achievement that I've had, and probably wasn't on anybody's radar, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. But it gives you a lot of confidence. I'm exempt for life, assuming I don't turn pro, and so that gives me plenty of other chances. I'd like to, focus now is to try and win a second. So, you got a bunch of pretty good names on this, like Bobby. I think Lanny Watkins as well on there, and so if you can put yourself amongst those names, yeah, it's pretty cool.
The pros could play, the amateurs could play. So if you finished in the top 10 there, that actually meant that you were probably in the top 10 in the state as one of the best players.
Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. You can unplug with family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park. That's Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Be sure to visit www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. We'd like to thank all of the official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow us to support local communities through our tournament beneficiaries. First, the Kiowa Island Resort, the Jefferson Hotel, Sea Pines Resort, Real Property Management, Estes, M&E Contractors, the Old Dominion Group, and My Golfing Store. Almost time for the awards ceremony with Larkin Gross, our winner of this year's championship at 16 under par, as they get set to hand over and present the hardware. And we're going to tune in to natural sounds of this award ceremony here at Independence Golf Club.
Hang to the side. They'll do a couple announcements and we'll pull you in. Okay. Luca will come in for you with low aim.
Okay, sounds good.
Where do you want me? Right here.
Yeah, maybe
hiding behind the trophy. Can I get a little short?
Only if you're a CEO or
you're not. You're not actually speaking.
I was making sure.
Who are you waiting on?
Luca.
We're ready. Oh.
We're waiting on Luca.
How's my hair look?
Great.
Here it comes. My hair look okay?
Awesome.
Just checking. They're live. We're ready to roll.
We are ready to roll.
Yep.
Welcome to the 2005 State Open of Virginia Award Ceremony. My name is Brian Maloney. I'm the current president of Virginia State Golf Association, and I welcome all of you, and I'm happy all of you stayed for this. On behalf of the VSGA and our partners, the Middle Atlantic PGA, we are happy you were able to join us for this year's State Open of Virginia. Before the award ceremony, we have a few people to thank. We had multiple sponsors for this event. Without their support, we would not have been able to provide the live stream, and it's helped our tournament purses significantly. I want to thank everybody here for their support. Next, I need to thank Independence for their generosity in not only being our host, but one of our largest sponsors by providing the golf course, food and beverage, and tremendous service all week long. The club's support of all three of our state opens, the men's, women, and seniors, is truly remarkable. I want to recognize the people from Independence. First, Cal Williams, Director of Golf and the Pro Shop staff. Dan Taylor, Director of Agronomy and the Maintenance crew. Hey. Megan Campbell, Director of Dining and Events, and the entire staff involved in food preparation and service. I'd also like to thank the volunteers, the starters, the scorers, the rules officials and spotters, and Duncan Haley especially, who served as the volunteer coordinator. Thank you all. I'm going to turn this over to Scott Graber to handle the awards presentation. Scott?
Thank you, Brian. Thanks, everybody. My name's Scott Graber. I am proud to serve as a secretary of the Middle Atlantic PGA, and it's my pleasure to handle the awards ceremony for today. First, on behalf of the State Open of Virginia, we'd like to celebrate the beneficiary of this event, which is Virginians for Veterans. The mission of Virginians for Veterans is to provide support to active and retired veterans together with their families while expressing gratitude for their heroism and consistent persistence to protect our nation. We're so happy to be able to provide a donation to them from the State Open to support this mission, and we look forward to a continued partnership with Virginians for Veterans. Thank you. The Fritz Souder Trophy is awarded annually to our low amateur. We're honored this year to have Julian Souder, Fritz's grandson, here at Independence. We want to thank the Souder family for their part in history of the golf in Virginia. Mr. Souder, a few words?
Put you on the spot, didn't I? My grandfather very much was an advocate of, especially for young kids to play golf, so it inspired pretty much everybody in my family, my cousins, my aunts and uncles, my grandparents, to play golf, and I encourage anybody that wants to have a worthwhile habit to take up golf. Thank you.
Thank you to you and your family. All right, at this time, it's time for a round of applause for our low amateur with a score of 6 under 204. How about a round of applause for Mr. Luca Rinaldi?
It comes off. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it. We'll get one with you all together.
Yeah. I'm glad you had a great run.
One by yourself, and then me and Brian are going to slip in for some reason.
Just to balance the picture.
Yeah, just to balance the picture. This will be the throwaway picture, right?
Yeah, we'll never see this one.
Stay Salisbury.
Salisbury. Hey, congratulations.
Sure.
First of all, I just want to thank MAPGA, VSGA for all their hard work. I didn't really know I had to do something to talk in front of everybody, but appreciate all the hard work. Independence, Cal, all the agronomy team, really do appreciate it. And it's better standing here than sitting in the ER. So I was about to not come out after the second day, but stuck it out and fired a low one yesterday and got it around today. So also huge congrats to Larkin. Great round, dude. Really good. So thank you.
Sorry.
Don't put it in your pocket.
All right, now it's time to recognize our 2025 State Open of Virginia champion with an incredible score of 16 under 194, Mr. Larkin Gross. So Mr. Gross will have his name engraved on the Farmington Trophy, which is presented to the champion of the State Open of Virginia. He'll receive the Vinnie Giles Champion Trophy as his take-home trophy. And in addition, he'll have his name perpetuated on the Lynn Luck Trophy for being the low professional. Congratulations, Larkin.
There you go.
Go on, any by yourself?
No, it's fine. Obviously, a lot of thank yous. I'm totally going to forget somebody. Thank you first off to Independence and their staff. It was a fantastic event. The course was great as always. Been here since 2021 now for this event, and it's always in amazing shape. No matter how much rain, how much sun, how much heat, doesn't matter. It's always great. So I want to say first off, thank you to their agronomy team and the rest of their staff. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my dad for being on the bag all week. This is the one event I always bring him out for. He's great. He knows these greens really good, and he's seen me play them a lot, so having him on the bag is obviously invaluable. There's only two people I want on my bag, and it's him and my wife who's sitting back there up on the patio. Thank my family, my mom for coming and watching, and obviously my wife, I'm going to embarrass her real quick, but as soon as she showed up yesterday, I started ripping off birdies, so that has to be a good omen. It can't be bad. I also want to thank, first off, VSGA. I'm a graduate of the Virginia Junior Golf Circuit, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say thank you to them, to Matt and Kent, and for the rest of the VSGA for what they did for me growing up. I played in a lot of events. My dad and I drove a lot of early mornings to Richmond, and without them, I wouldn't be here without the VSGA, especially the Junior Golf Circuit, so thank you to them. Also, the MAPGA, I definitely wouldn't be where I am without my Class A PGA. Being a PGA professional is something I've wanted to do since I was in 7th grade, and I'm blessed to be able to go out and do what I love to do every day. Working at Springfield and Westwood Country Club the last 7 years has been awesome. And again, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank both of those memberships for the impact they've had on me for the last 7 years. And congrats again to Luca. He played awesome today. I was blessed also to play with 6 fantastic people. I had 3 pairings that when you're trying to win a tournament like this, you can't ask for better people to play with. And I had a lot of fun spending time with them. And it was impressive to watch a bunch of the teenagers, stripe it out there better than me and watch them grind and play some really good golf. So the future of Virginia golf is really bright, and I'm excited to see what the future holds. Thank you, everybody.
Just a point of clarification, was there any point in this tournament where you weren't ripping off birdies? Congrats, Paige, but he was ripping them off before and after, right? Well done, folks. I want to thank everyone. I want to have one last congratulations to Luca Rinaldi and Larkin Gross. One more round of applause for them, please. And for everyone who played and helped support this great event. We look forward to it every year and can't wait to get back here. Drive safe, and we'll see you soon. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you.
My pleasure. It's fun to watch you.
We're ready now, Doug. Make it quick. Larkin's hungry. Make it quick.
Big congratulations to Larkin Gross, who wins this 2025 State Open of Virginia with a 16 under par score. Let's take a look back at some of the highlights from this weekend. Larkin Gross, one of the best performances in this State Open of Virginia in a very long time. It starts out with a putt on 10. How about this fairway second shot on 12? He sticks it to just a couple of feet away there, and then the putt on 12 to get back on the birdie train here. He rolls that one in, finds the side pocket there. We move ahead to 13. Does the exact same thing, Mike. Sticks it tight again within just a few feet.
Yeah, his iron play was great this week, and then converted all the putts. You do that, and you win.
How about this out of the bunker?
Yeah, big up and down here. Again, keep it low stress with a big margin coming home.
And then you've got the putt on 16, the sidewinder that just trickles in for another birdie at 16. And then to save par and finish off the golf tournament at 16 under, Larkin Gross cashes in on 18. 16 under par, he wins it. And he is standing by with our own Bobby Goldstein for another interview. Let's take a listen.
Thanks, guys. I'm honored to be here with our 2025. VSG champion, Larkin Gross. Larkin, pleasure meeting you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much for allowing us the opportunity, and the VSGA for allowing us the opportunity. I just want to ask you a couple quick questions. First of all, I loved your acceptance speech honoring your father and your wife, who you give all the credit for all the birdies. So I know, even though it's not Mother's Day, I know she's going to really appreciate this. We're honored to cover some of the best tournaments in the world, and this was amazing in that I had the opportunity to watch you for 2 days. As a PGA Class A member, I was amazed at the number of members that came out to watch you, the selfies that you took. You were iced the whole time. Can you just talk a little bit about your chill factor or whatever? Because I've never seen anyone that calm for 2 days. And when I was chatting with your father this morning, he's like, I didn't even know what he shot till we were done.
Yeah, no, it's easy to be calm when you're hitting your golf shots. I put a lot of work in, and it was nice to see it come to fruition. Obviously had a tough one at the Maryland State Open, finishing second there, playing great golf, and just ran into a buzzsaw. And it was nice to be the buzzsaw today. I said that last night in one of the interviews I did. But, man, it was just a lot of fun having my dad on the bag, having my family here, and being able to represent PGA members in our section, and also, again, being a graduate of the VSGA Junior Golf Circuit. This is a dream come true for me. This is one I've thought about for a long time.
Oh, God, it's just amazing. Is there any shot, either yesterday or today, or any hole that you felt as though, because you didn't make very many mistakes, for the record. I mean, you hit it in the bunker on 14. That didn't seem to bother you. I was listening to the discussion you had with your dad where you're going to hit the 56 or the 60, and you're like, give me the 60. And even though it was a little longer, and I was like, wow, he's going to need it. Nothing seemed to really take you off your game today. Was there a hole or two this week that kind of like tried to put you aside, but then, you jumped right back and got right back in it?
Yeah, I mean, definitely after the bogey on 9 yesterday, coming back and birdieing 10, 11, 12, 13 in succession was huge. That get the momentum back going the right way, especially after hitting not a great putt on 9. And then today, Justin was putting pressure on me early, and I hit a really good mini driver on 4, and he responded by hitting a towering 3-wood to like 10 feet. And I'm like, holy cow. And to to kind of push that aside, chip it up there close and make that putt. He ended up missing his. That was huge, I think, to get myself in a position where I knew I had a big lead, but these guys can all go low. It's a bunch of great players here, and I wanted to make sure that I staved off everybody long enough to where I could be comfortable, and that was a big stretch for me, 4, 5, 6, where I birdied 4, par 5, and birdied 6.
Yeah, you just never let up. I mean, even though with a comfortable lead, you just seem so calm, and obviously you're a great competitor and you're having a great summer. The only last comment I'll make, and I know you're anxious to go meet with your family, but I was just so super impressed by your camaraderie on the course, the other players. I mean, a pro at your level, I mean, you're just such a gentleman, and you're such a role model for so many other young amateurs as a pro. And it was just a pleasure and honor to watch, and it was just really inspirational. I just wanted to share that with you. We do a lot of tournaments, and to meet a pro like yourself, carrying himself in the way that you did was really impressive. I just want to say thank you. Congratulations again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you guys for covering it. I appreciate you saying that. It means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Good to see you. Thank you again.
Yeah.
That was Bobby Goldstein with our 2025 champion, Larkin Gross, who fires a 3-day 16 under par. Folks, the State Open of Virginia is an event that was jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA. The MAPGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game. They are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. The VSGA, founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicapping services, access to competitions, junior golf programs, and education on the rules of golf and rules of handicapping. And who in Virginia, and we're going to go back down with our low amateur now, who's 17-year-old Luca Rinaldi is standing by with Bobby Goldstein.
Bobby G from Championship Golf Network. Honored to be standing next to low amateur champion Luca Rinaldi. Luca, thank you for taking a few minutes out, and congratulations on a great tournament. Got to watch you for a few days. Just want to take a few minutes time. I know you're looking forward to congratulating. This is the awesome trophy that you got.
Thank you.
And, we're honored that the VSGA helped us do this live stream broadcast, and hopefully, it'll be playing everywhere, and you'll probably get a lot of texts and calls. So we're looking forward to seeing how many people follow you. But you're 17 years old, and you're in high school, and you come out and play with the pros. And I just, how do you stay so calm and at the young age of 17? And tell us a little bit about your training and your practice and what you go into to get ready for a tournament like this.
I mean, coming into this week, I was kind of the goal was just even all 3 days. I kind of surprised myself on the first day being like 3 under, so that was pretty good. Just coming into it, I mean, I was just trying to, as I said, just try to be middle of the pack, top 20, top 15, whatever. I mean, and kind of shocked my own self about it, at least the first 2 days.
You look calm. I had the honor of watching you the last 2 rounds, and you just looked unflappable. But I heard you got a little hot yesterday and had to make a little ER visit.
It was it was the first day.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, I got home, had a headache, and I was like, that's not good. Took a cold shower and stuff. I mean, then whatever, it was 10:30 or so, went to the ER, and they were like, yeah, you're super dehydrated. Gave me 3 bags of the liquid saline or whatever. So, I mean, that kind of threw a little wrench in the warm-up or whatever, but I mean, other than that, coming out the second day and shooting 5 under, I mean,
it was a spectacular round. Yeah, a spectacular round. What about your caddy? Who was on your bag?
So first day it was Maggie Will. She's local. And then the last 2 days were my dad. He's sitting up there.
Yeah. I asked him if he was going to get the money, and he just kind of smirked at me. So I'm not quite sure whether you're buying him dinner or what. But
that'll happen.
That's a huge advantage, having your father in your bag.
It was awesome.
And what do you plan for next year at school?
I mean, next year, definitely going to try to start reaching out to coaches. I mean, this should help a little bit. So hopefully land somewhere that I like.
All right. Well, our job is to promote, college golf and amateur golf. So CGN's in your corner. Thank you for taking a few minutes out. You're going to get a lot of looks, and we hope that we get to cover you in college the next couple of years, and some other prominent amateur tournaments as well that we do. So thanks again for taking.
Appreciate it.
Great tournament. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bobby. What a outstanding talent Luca Rinaldi is at only 17 years old. Good to catch up with him as the low amateur in this year's event. Big thank you to Independence Golf Club here in Midlothian, Virginia, this year's host, and the last 4 years the host, and I imagine plenty more state opens to be held in the future here at Independence Golf Club. Just a pristine facility, outstanding camaraderie, and a great event. And, of course, none of this could be made possible without our Championship Golf Network crew, our director, Doug Rios-Sabalos, Sophia Aguirre, our production assistants, Bobby Goldstein, who was also out on the course all weekend, Bo Atwood, Joshua Seal, Bailey Lowry, A.J. Bonacci, Cassidy Robinson, John Glenn Harding, and last but not least, our logistics coordinator, Michaela Brasino, at this year's 2025 State Open of Virginia. I'm Kendall Lewis, alongside Mike Maroney and Bobby Goldstein, who was out on the course. We say so long from this year's 2025 State Open of Virginia, where Larkin Gross, 16 under par, gets it done. Incredible event